Ladies and gentlemen, after a couple of minutes of having issues, we finally made it. It's the fourth out of the 7 stints in our 24-hour race at Spa. My name is Flipsy and I am pleased to welcome you back to our race. I'm not alone. I'm gladly joined by my main co-commentator guest, by my main partner. It's Flamehaze. Welcome back.
Hi guys, how are you doing? Flamehaze here, also known as Otaku from previous races. And yes, our number 6 to our number 9, I think it should be. Uh, no, our number 9 to our number 12, correct?
Let me think.
I think we had 9 hours already of racing with 3
Yes.
stints.
Yes.
3 hours? Okay, so our 9 to our 12, so perfect. Okay, yes, we had a couple of delays because of connection problems with a few drivers, but it should be all okay now. Lobby's now full. Simtech is now doing the final settings to get the grid in the correct formation, and I think in 2 or 3 minutes we should start with the formation lap and yeah, hopefully return to great racing, as I've heard we already had plenty of it.
We had some nasty, tricky, very fair and interesting racing, especially now witnessing a Crawhawk who has been dominating the field in the third stint by nearly 2 minutes to the rest of the field. It's like having Max Verstappen on the track. Nevertheless, on the left-hand side on the screen, you can see the grid for the next stint, as well as the gap to P1. I hope it's in a good quality. We can see that the first team from Eric's currently leading. I guess a little less than 3 minutes behind is the first team from RRC. Next up is the first team from Team DLL, which is kind of interesting when we compare it to the results that they had in a couple of last races. After that, Span MK for Eric's 2. Feel Good Racing is back. Karthalle Wittlicht Esports is back at it again, with the both teams currently sitting in P6 and 7. The second team of RRC with Shishiman in the next stint are sitting currently in 8th. The third team from Eric's is currently sitting in 9th. Gran Turismo Allianz currently sitting in 10th. GTF currently sitting in 11th. The third team from RRC currently sitting in P12. And both DLL teams, Team 2 and 3, currently sitting in P13 and P14. Meanwhile, we wait for the start of the race. There's a little prediction going on. Nasha was kind of glad and happy to make it. And what is it? Will the back of the grid mess up at the start? Submissions are closing in less than 1 minute, and you can vote with your channel points that you earned during the stream. And in a very interesting way, the host has ended the game.
And what's even worse, I can't even vote, but I think it's 100% of the people are voting that there's gonna be carnage on that one. So the optimism isn't quite there, but maybe it will come later on if they see that everything is going well.
The question is there going to be carnage? Is there going to be a start? Is there going to be...
I think it's the old lobby you are seeing. Oh, no, it isn't. Perfect.
It's the new one. Now let's
that was
hope...
quick, yeah. You'll get used to it if you have a PS4. It's a bit slower. It's a bit more relaxing.
Let's hope everything will work out in the end.
I know I would have just left the previous lobby, maybe.
It's disgusting what type of loading screens you have in on the PS4. The interesting fact is, though, that we still have a quite of good time management, even though we are now having a delay of around about 15 minutes. nearly even 20. We still are in a, what have I said? We are good in a time management because the next stint is going to start in a
Yeah, we're doing well.
little bit more than 3 hours. And we still have time to change the lobby, to get the drivers into the grid, etc., etc. By the way, that was a very nice Oettinger that I've heard. In Germany, we say Stößchen. I will
Oh,
join.
but I have to confess it is just a Monster Energy, but I think it's
Oh,
okay if
oh,
at
oh,
1
oh,
o'clock in
oh.
the
Which
morning
one?
in Germany.
Which one?
Uh, just have to read. Ultra Gold. I don't know it. I just bought it on, I think, on Thursday. And I don't have it in my collection. I have 22 or 23 cups, but this one is missing.
Ultra Gold is the Eric's flavor because they've got a
And
gold
I'm missing a
livery.
few because I gave away the Lewis Hamilton one.
Oh, wait, the Ultra Gold, isn't it the pineapple one?
It tastes like one at least. What I
Because,
know is that it has no sugar.
oh, yeah, I think that's a pineapple one. What the hell is happening? Because I've got
So, Javi's
the...
hosting now.
Okay, great, because I've got the pink one, the Punch Monster, one of the best I think they have.
Let's see if
That's
he's got everyone in his friend lists.
naive, even if he hasn't got uh, everyone in his friend list, it still will be pretty okay. Um, just a short question to you, the SharePlay quality is alright.
Yes, it's perfect. It could even be a bit worse from the quality if the connection would be better, therefore. But
Great.
everything is okay. I have no problems whatsoever. The only problem is that I will probably get kicked out in approximately 45 minutes. So
You
we keep it in
can,
mind. If there's a place in the lobby, I just rejoin and keep an eye on the
exactly.
track so that we have four eyes. That's the solution for everything.
Uh, there's already drivers asking for a stint reduction of 30 minutes.
Unfortunately, you can't set the lobby to 2 hours and 30 minutes, but it could quite be possible that later on we have a 2 hour stint, for example.
Pink and purple monster are the best. Wait, the pink one is very nice. The purple one I did not enjoy as quite as you do.
Yeah, I wanted to make myself a cup of coffee, but I would wake up the entire house by switching on the machine, so
Same.
I'm not
Same.
alone.
Oh, Jesus.
So, oh, Rocket Man, I like this name.
Rocket Man. How do you call rocket launcher in Netherlands? Rocket werfer.
Okay, I just take my time.
Oh, Jesus.
So, lobby's full. No, one person is missing, and
There's
oh, but it
always
went
someone missing.
quite quickly there. Ah, there's the last one, Netty. Perfect. It only took 2 minutes.
Hey.
And while we're waiting, we can keep an eye on the vote for the best livery, maybe. I saw that there's a vote ongoing. Maybe you could post a link on Twitch so that the people can see. I
Of
think
course
the
I can.
Nissan GTR is still in front,
Yes, it
according to
is.
the last time I watched the vote sheet.
Posted the link right there.
Oh, perfect. So, 0 o'clock and 52 minutes. I think it should take. How long does it normally take to set a grid? 2 minutes? 3 minutes?
I guess 2 minutes when you've got the um come on. When you've got the screen.
Where did just... room settings are changing by Javi. Okay, so approximately 2 to 3 minutes and we will be hopefully back to racing. But it was an entire lobby crash, I think. So if it's not our fault, it should be all good.
I do hope so.
Yeah, that's a problem on Saturday, that sometimes the lobbies in Gran Turismo still are not as stable as they could probably be under the week, but hopefully it will improve in the next couple of months.
What is wrong now? Shishima is the only one that hasn't pressed the ready button. Come on, bruv.
Yes, let's go. So now we just have to hope that someone drives out of the pit lane and switches on the weather radar so that we can keep an eye on the weather. Because if I'm not mistaken, there's still, unfortunately, no possibility to get access to the weather radar unless you're driving yourself.
Oh, bro. Just trying to figure something out. Hold on.
Okay. So, starting soon.
I think it's possible, Nashel, when you display the radar in your car, that others, so other viewers can see that you've chosen the radar. 30 seconds. Formation lap is going to start anytime now.
Yes.
Perfect.
Alright, formation lap is on the way, green flags waved, and now we hope that everything goes well. Alright, it's cool to see the airplanes in the air. I didn't realize that they were shown. Well,
Always starting in the same spot, no matter which time we have.
but it's a bit unrealistic that it will fly over the Mulberry City at 1 o'clock Belgium time. It's not impossible, but the probability is not pretty high normally. But, okay. Arek's doing the Kimi Raikkonen move, not warming up the tires, they will warm up themselves, however. Just driving in the straight line.
So, coming into the race, probably the most interesting fact for all of you is the formation guide that all drivers have to keep in, and because it worked so well, I just want to show it to you one last time. The formation point. The formation point. You want to do it?
No, I just want to say that there's a car missing. There's someone driving down now the pit straight, I think. I think someone...
It's Dust Vader, he's got damage.
Follow the grid.
Dust Vader has got damage.
That was a bit mysterious. And he's already got damage at the front and the left-hand side.
Natty McNasty also got damage. He went for zero.
Let's remember, guys, we are just at the formation lap. We haven't started racing yet. There are still a few corners to go until we see the green flag.
Ken Stumek has got damage.
He will not be able to catch up before the grid is getting the green flag at the start-finish line.
Mate, it's already the formation lap, and we have so many guys having freaking damage on the car. It's unbelievable.
But the rest of the formation lap is getting on quite well. Sorry, I was interrupting you. We still have a few seconds of time until we start.
No worries. To shortly explain the formation guide, is the formation point starts at the Grand Prix layout finish line, where the usual starting point is. The whole formation point leads up to after turn 1 going on to Rodillon Rouge and Camel Straight, and right before the 24-hour start line banner, the leader is free to start the race. In this case it's Bosworth, Confi lining up right next to him, Freezy right behind him, Ben MK sitting in fourth with the Porsche Misanthropics for Feel Good Racing. Also in the Mercedes next to him is the McLaren of Rotec, Maple, Shishiman, Rocketman, Steelmic, Neddy McNasty, Zero, Kuhako, P0 Soft, and Dust Velo charging through the field. But let us not miss the start.
Okay guys, take a deep breath and we should be on the way. Just now, Eric's going onto the throttle, coming through a Rouge, keeping the lead, no problem whatsoever. Confuser in second place, just behind, and everything seems to go well. Good start, good formation lap, except one minor excursion, and we are on the way. And Breezy already attacking Confuser for second place and overtaking him around the outside, coming into the Lecombe corner. Oh, little jump by the Mazda RX Vision, and Breezy getting second place just after 3 corners. And there's a spin for Ben, and Rocketman disconnected from the lobby. What's going on here? We have just made 5 corners into the race, and there has already been a disconnect and a spin.
So much going on the first lap of the next stint. Ben already fuming around, but that's understandable. I don't know if there was contact with Confi. That's stuff for the stewards. Sadly,
at least really close between those 3 or 4 cars in the lead. Misanthropics also a very good start, getting up in front into 4th place with the AMG Mercedes. Rotec just behind the McLaren. McLaren seems also to be a car doing really good. Oh, and now coming onto the grass, almost getting pushed out, but kept it just on the black stuff. And following Misanthropics just behind.
there is so much action going on, I don't know where to hold the camera. Rotec having a better exit out of the second right-hander, going into the third sector, now overtaking Misanthropics. And Confi user stays behind Freezy for now. Misanthropics may be looking for a chance to overtake into the corner, but there is no possibility his VR cam is going to give him any advantages. Why am I saying...
That's the thing oh, sorry. The stints are so long that it sometimes is just worthy to maybe stay behind. There are so many straights where you can save fuel, save tires in the upcoming corners, and later on you get that time back by doing maybe a bit faster pit stops, for example. And normally the teams that are driving today should be smart enough to know something like this. So let's see if it keeps going on like this, or maybe there's someone who's going to push a little bit more up ahead. I'm very curious what's happening now.
Kuhaku gains himself a half a second penalty, but manages to overtake Ken Stumic on the camel strike. No, he launches up the inside and closes the door for Haku in the Mazda. Right behind him is a new driver on the grid, P0 Soft, one of the youngest driver on the grid, even going to attack Haku on the inside. Very aggressive maneuver, but he gets past in the Mustang.
Yes, it was a bit optimistic, but it went all well, no contact, and therefore now P9 for P0. I can probably now try to join the lobby, as we have now one empty space.
Exactly.
Okay, let's see if I'm lucky. Just gonna leave share play. Worst case, you have to invite me again. But
It stays
it
open, so you
should
can
be
just,
all going well.
in case this happens, you can just join in again. It's open.
Ah, perfect.
Just staying at the front for a little, watching Confi having less than 5 tenths behind, sitting behind Freezy. Bosworth somehow able to pull away for now, 1.3 seconds, and it seems like he's gaining. Freezy's sitting in P2, and Confi lunges up the inside into the bus stop, trying to catch Freezy napping, but he isn't. Freezy, our driving school teacher, showing him how to drive through the bus stop. Now coming out of turn 1, he gets the better exit while Confi had the better entry. But Freezy manages to stay ahead for now. Shishimen and Maple also battling for P6 currently. But it's only P6 for now on track. The race is on time and those results are way different than you can see now. Bosworth currently having the fastest lap with a 1:16.332. Can you imagine that we've seen a lap that was 2 seconds quicker with a 2:13.906?
Yeah, that's just amazing pace. That's really outraging. I think the smartest time we've done in our team on this track while training for another event was like a 2:14.5 or something similar. But 2:13 is a very, very quick time. But of course, we all know that Crowhawk is a really, really quick driver, as are many people who are competing now in this race. But I think he proved it on other tracks as well, at Monza and also in the race before at Mount Panorama.
Indeed. They did indeed. Just in case for me as an information, you're going to try to stream via YouTube again? Yes, you do.
Yes, that was my next point. First of all, I'm trying to rejoin the lobby. If that's working, I will start the stream on YouTube.
Copy and confirm.
If it works, just for information to the viewers, I'll do it without sound, but you can hear the commentating during all the time of the race on the Digital Endurance Series channel on Twitch. If you want to see my view, I can... No, I can't post any links on the Digital Endurance Series chat, correct?
I would just switch the screen onto your stream, so don't worry.
Or just search on YouTube ZFlameAce, but we will probably do some split screens later on, so that you can see both views anyway, so if you're lucky, you just don't even need to change the channel, but get the best view. And I think I'm able to join the lobby right now.
That's great. Rotec sitting right behind Confit, maybe now going to try to overtake on the Camel Straight Freeze. He has been able to pull away a little bit. Confit now has the outside line on the Camel Straight. Oh, there has been a severe touch with Rotec and Confi.
No, I've been kicked out by Javi, unfortunately. I think he wasn't aware what I was doing.
You can rejoin maybe.
No, if I've been kicked out, I think I can rejoin.
Okay, no split screen for us?
No, I have no view of the stream. Yeah, I think he doesn't know my second account, because if he would have known, I think he would keep me inside.
But can't you rejoin with your WSR account? And try and stream via this one?
I could, maybe. I'm just gonna inform him on Discord.
Just skipping through the field, Dust Velo having nearly 2 minutes of a distance to Bosworth, which is very unfortunate. Nushel told him, alright. Neddy McNasty sitting in P12 currently. a Corvette. In front of him, 7 seconds ahead, is Kuhaku in the Mazda. Ben MK right in the back of Ken's stomach. Smashes the car on the inside of Blanchimont and gets past for now. Touches the grass while braking, and Ken Stumick just says, you know what, not with me. I'm staying ahead. And he manages to pull away out of the bus stop chicane, and Ben is not happy with it. Kuhaku right behind him. Might gain anything against it. Ooh, that is some very severe driving right here. Just do me a favor and keep it clean and watch out for your other drivers. Ku pulls ahead of Ben MK. Is now at the back of Ken Stumick, and Ben... he's having his... Oh, Jesus. Is Ken aware of the fact that Q is next to him? Because I don't know that he has been. Another contact.
Okay, I'm just gonna switch a car.
What the f-
Just gonna take 30 seconds.
Good night, Nashel. Good night. Oh, you're going to miss the... What the freaking hell happened?
I think I've missed something. Could it be?
Yeah, you missed something. Can I... Let me clip it on Twitch, though. And I have to do something very quick. Might be better now. What the hell was that?
Has there been a glitch or a lag or what happened?
I'm clipping it on Twitch, so I will post it in the chat so you can rewatch it. Rotek and Confi still fighting. And Freezy right ahead of them, who has got way more tire usage than the both McLarens behind him.
Okay, Javi's informed, so I'm joining now the lobby. It seemed to work beforehand, before I got kicked out. So it was just a misunderstanding, so all good.
Perfect.
That's the good thing. If you're hosting, you're normally always online on the same time on Discord. So people react really quickly if you just inform them.
Rotek pulling the switchback out of its textbook against Freezy. Confi maybe trying to also slip through against the Mercedes-Benz. And it seems it works. Freezy loses 2 positions within 2 corners. And the both McLarens are able to pull ahead. And now we'll try to chase down Bosworth sitting in P1 in the Mazda. Freezy now has to be cautious and maybe look after his tires, because they are worn way more than you would like. Nashal and I posted the clip that you can rewatch what happened.
Maybe it could be possible that if you have access to the YouTube stream, you could rewind it a few seconds.
That's also possible. No, which channel are you streaming? The one you sent me, or?
Yes, I'm not online yet. First of all, I have to try to rejoin the lobby. If everything works, I'm starting the stream.
Yeah.
Should take about 3 to 4 minutes. I'm joining right now.
No worries.
We still got, how many time have we got? 2 hours, 45 minutes? Something like
We
this?
have got so much time you don't even know. 2 hours and
I just meant for the stint,
40.
not for the rest of the race. That's a bit too much.
2 hours and 40.
Yeah.
Wait, let me do something. Might be pretty useful for the viewers, I think.
Yes, I'm inside the lobby. Perfect.
Nice.
Okay, doing my settings, starting the stream. Okay, but I have Kuaku in first position. This, I think, is not the correct order.
That's all
It's
going
gonna correct
to...
itself in the next couple of minutes.
Exactly.
That's a normal thing if you join, if the race has already started a couple of minutes ago. But the time below is correct. 18 minutes passed already, is that correct?
Exactly. 18 minutes, 31 seconds. I also managed to get in a counter. A better said countdown, who shows us how long we have got left in the race. So I think that's a very good option for the viewers. And we still have Maple and Shishiman battling for P6 on track for now.
Zwei Minuten, bin gerade Text am Schreiben dafür. Ja, ich schreibe noch ein, zwei Sachen in die Beschreibung rein, dass dann die Neuen dann auch mal direkt rüberklicken können.
Perfekt. Perfekt, perfekt. So, bitte. Now Shishiman is going to battle with another car. Not a Jaguar, but with a Ford Mustang sitting right behind of him. And I think that P0 Soft is showing pretty solid pace. His best lap was a 2:17.842. But for a completely new driver who's racing his first race in GT7, and it's a 24-hour race. I mean, we haven't done 9 laps for now, but I think that this is quite a big challenge for him. And he's managing it pretty well for now. He just needs to drive a little bit more calmly, and the rest will set in. What I also want to mention is, even though we haven't even reached, or we are reaching the half time of the race, big respect and big props to everyone managing, sitting in the back and managing this whole event. Not even the teams setting up their drivers, planning the stint orders and the car, testing out, practicing the laps, the speed they have, and working out strategies, but also the guys in the back keeping the timetables, keeping the information needed, doing the starting guides and everything. Perfect.
Should take 10 to 20 seconds until you see it.
Yeah.
And the grid order corrected itself on my side.
Yes.
So we are now, so everything worked out well. It took about 30-40 minutes, but if it works, no one cares. Okay, I'm staying at the front at the moment with Rotec, Confuser, Freezy, this group. Yes, they seem to remain close together. Okay, I just got the information on Google Mail that my stream is online. So perfect. Oh, Freezy now doing purple sector. Okay, sector 1 doesn't count. It's only 2 corners and a straight with a slipstream. And Misanthropics isn't so far away also. 2.8 seconds. I guess you're just trying to put on split screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just guessing because you're so quiet at the moment. Okay, still remain at the front. Let's see if something happens. But it's a very close lobby, 22 minutes, and top 5 in between 10 to 12 seconds. It's not much time.
It isn't, but...
Okay, now as I see the tire wear, I would guess that it should be possible to do 30 minutes then, more or less, depending on how high the tire wear is. So
Yeah.
I would say that normally you do a 5-stop stint in a 3-hour period, correct?
So what I've seen is that in the 3 hours stint you're trying to lap somewhat about 13, 15 laps. So you are staying minimum 30 minutes outside from the pit stop. And
Yes.
Maybe if you even try to get to the mediums, you can fill up your tank to the absolute maximum and try to undercut everybody with maybe even trying to save 2 pit stops.
Okay, yeah, I think the problem is that the pit stops at Spa are so long because we have the 24-hour pit lane, which is like, I think 800, 900 meters longer than the pit lane that we know from Formula 1 or the WEC series, and therefore you lose so much time, and normally you try to avoid to do more pit stops than necessary.
Yeah.
So you normally try to push the tire as far as it is possible to manage the fuel as good as you can, and it normally pays off later on. It almost doesn't matter that you lose 1 or 2 seconds per lap later, because you gain it by not doing those 30-40 second pit stops.
Yeah.
You're staying at the front or at the back? Your choice.
I'm just looking at Maple and Shishiman,
Okay.
but
I keep at the front.
we can do it because we've got both views for now on screen. Managed to set it up very
there's
quickly.
almost been a spin by Arix. Bosworth just came out of Campos corner onto the green stuff. That's something that you normally don't want to do. Just got the car under control in the last second. Really, really, really close situation. But I have to say that the Mazda has a brilliant tire wear. I think he can do easily half an hour without any trouble.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So the speed...
the fuel consumption is a bit higher. Same counts for the McLaren of Rotec as well. So the KWE's team seems to know what they are doing. Ours, of course, as well. Arix also on a good strategy. So I think everyone realized the 5-stop should be the fastest strategy available. Or could it even be possible that Bosworth is going for 45-minute stints? It's not impossible.
He could be.
Gonna be really difficult, but if he's able to do it, he should be fine with only 3 pit stops. 1 every 45 minutes at 3 hours, that's 45 minutes times 4, logically makes 3 hours. So he gains like a minute and 10 seconds, just by managing tires and not doing 2 pit stops. But he's losing a bit of time. Rotec is closing in to 0.7 seconds, which had once been 5 seconds. Both cars more or less equal on fuel. Tire were a bit better for the Mazda RX Vision GT. For those of you who are new at the channel, the Mazda RX Vision GT unfortunately is not a real car, it's a fictional car. Vision GT means that it is like a concept car made by, I think, supporters of the manufacturers as well, but it is a car that does not exist like this in real life, as you probably already heard from the engine, which is kind of the same engine that the 787B Mazda from the more races at the 80s from the Group C category had.
Yeah.
But it's a brilliant sound, of course, really loud, like the old Formula 1 cars, and even if it's not a real car, it's a bit tricky to drive, but you can manage it really, really well, and it normally always pays off later on.
Maybe what's also interesting to know is in the fact that when you have these vision cars, that sometimes even the brands itself work together with Polyvision Digital.
Yes.
Polyphony Digital,
Like
sorry.
Nissan, for example, also does it, I think.
Exactly. And they work it together out with Gran Turismo.
I don't know if you have seen the Gran Turismo movie teaser trailer, which is coming out, I think, next year or in a couple of months. There was, I think, like an hypercar or something like this from Nissan, which we do not have in the game. So it could be possible that we maybe will get one in the near future.
Let's see. Currently watching Freezy and Misanthropics battling for P4 on track. And Freezy squeezes his way back again onto P4 after Misanthropics gave Freezy some medicine of its own. Some
Yeah, P1 is coming down as well, 2 seconds only remaining. But it is coming down, surely, but it keeps going down and down and down.
Down and down and down and down.
Yeah, it's been a really, really long day. I think I've been awake since 8 o'clock in the morning.
Watch out, Misanthropics. So Freezy will have to pit this lap. If you look at his tire where it's...
That sounded a bit creepy.
Yeah, the tire wear of Freezy is creepy as well. I mean that the tire wear from Freezy is very, very dangerous. He hasn't got anything left on the tire. It has been used to its complete maximum. And I think now is the perfect time to pit and change the tires as well. If Misanthropics is able to read, he will not go for an attack, but he tries to push him. I'm just crossing my fingers that there's not going to happen anything. And it's not. Misanthropics stays out, Freezy goes into the pits.
Yes, 27% of fuel left, that's not bad. The lead pack has 24 and 27% of fuel just left, so everyone more or less equal on strategy and on management.
Yeah.
Shichibin also doing quite well, 5th place, in a very, very strong competitive field. Ben also recovered pretty well. Let's remember, he has been spun out in the first lap after the formation lap.
Yeah.
After Malvady corner, I think, which is I think turn 5 it is. The right-hand corner after the Licombe chicane.
Also very interesting to see that there is a Alfa Romeo on the grid, to be honest. And that's also a thing I like. The big variation and possibility of teams choosing different cars. We've got 2 Mazda Visions, 2 Jaguars, 2 Mercedes, One Porsche, a old Ford GT, a new Ford Mustang, and I think that we've got 2 McLarens as well, and a Corvette. So very big, interesting field of cars, and every car is different in its way, but somehow fast in the end.
But that's also the limit. The 2 cars,
Yeah.
or 2 cars of each one are allowed to do one race. Yep, 1.2 seconds at the front. Oh, I think Javi made a slight mistake by taking much curb on the bus stop chicane. Didn't affect his time though, 1 second just. The gap between those 2 cars. And what we haven't mentioned yet, the Mazda not with the best top speed. It's a very slow car in the straight line, so he will lose out in the first sector and in the last one. It's more or less the middle sector where he gains all the time.
I mean, the Mazda is quick on the straights. It's not the fastest though, but it has got some top speed. Because I think
Yes.
that he still is pulling away a little bit, even though the McLaren is in the slipstream. ...263 kilometers per hour. That is not slow to be on the straights.
Okay, we're now on board with Rotec, and he's now just right on the tail of Bosworth. 4 tenths only remaining, so he has picked up the slipstream gap and is now chasing in, and I think he will try to overtake him before their scheduled pit stop will commence. Driving really smoothly around the double gorge, or Puon as the corner is also called. Really difficult track this one. Spa-Francorchamps, easy to do any mistakes, but they're both doing really well. Confuse also not so far behind, 8.7 seconds, also on the same strategy. Oh, I think there was a mistake by Bosworth, just went off a bit too far outside, and he lost a bit of time there, so he's not able to pull away.
Bosworth is under pressure.
Yes, it's gonna be really stressful time the next 5 to 6 minutes. For both drivers, of course. Driving just behind up close is also not the easiest thing on earth. Both staying... No! Rotec is coming into the pit lane. Okay, so he just bailed out of the battle and trying to get the overtake done via strategy. Very interesting to see what's gonna happen there. We keep an eye on it. Okay, I'll stay with Bosworth. Rotec now probably will fill up the car to... What has he consumed? 88%. I think he's gonna fill it up to at least 90% and continue on his strategy, which would at least be the most sensible thing to do now.
Interesting is that Misanthropics is staying out with the tire wear he has got on his car. I personally would have visited the pits, but you know.
Yeah, you can abuse the tire that much already in Gran Turismo, unless it is not entirely red. You normally still are fine, normally. It's gonna be difficult to drive with a tire like that, but you can do very long stints.
The best example is Zero Kuhaka at the moment, who has got even 2 tires completely red, but now gets rid of them because he enters the pits and is now going to change them as well as refueling the car.
Rotec even in pit lane, and he has a very good position now. He has clean air in front and behind. And that was a master example of a perfect pit exit at Spa-Francorchamps. No crossing the white line, no penalty, no time loss. Brilliant. So if anyone wants to get a good preview of how it works, just keep a look on it.
Voila.
It's really difficult to exit the pit lane because you don't want to lose time, and it's so easy to cross the white line because there are no In Germany we call it Dreck limits. So not track limits, but Dreck limits. So it is like track limits, but normally you have some dirt, gravel, grass, something like this, which normally breaks you. Here we don't have it. Okay, we have a barrier on the right-hand side, of course, but I haven't seen anyone crash there today, and I hope it doesn't happen. Nevertheless, Rotec now came out in 5th place, 23 seconds up ahead, 15 behind, and his nearest opponent, Bosworth, now coming into the pits. And as I predicted, he put about 87-88% fuel into his car. Rotec, of course, Bosworth is now just doing his pit stop. And Confuser as well. Misanthropic's also coming in. Shishi Man staying out. He's good on tires and fuel. Very good on fuel, to be honest. 20% left. That's the best management by far from all drivers on this track. So the Alpha is really, really good on fuel. And he's not even short shifting, it's just very good management. Nice one.
Yeah. Which is kind of surprising, to be honest, because I thought that the Alfa Romeo was one of the cars that has the biggest fuel consumption.
I don't know what engine this car has got. I would guess that it has... it should normally have a V8 engine as well as the rest of the mid-engine driven cars. But I think there are so many people in the chat that probably are a bit better informed than I am, because I didn't inform myself in any way.
One thing that is better informed...
came out of the pits and has been overtaken by Rotec. 8 tenths ahead, so the undercut worked perfectly there. But we have to consider Bosworth has a bit more fuel in his car, so this will pay dividends later on in this race. But Rotec now, crucially, with the clean air head and already pulling away in a very quick McLaren.
Yeah.
So virtually we have a lead change now after 39 minutes of racing.
Maple...
GT Man, of course, is now in the lead, but yeah, he has to come into the pits in the next 2 to 3 laps, probably because tires and fuel will not last much longer, unfortunately.
Exactly. Misanthropics not getting the braking point into the what's it called, left and right hand combination after the Camel Straight. Having cold tires, Maple was able to overtake him, and right behind Misanthropics is Ben MK in the Porsche. He is recovering and rebuilding the position they had.
Maple has made a very early pit stop, if I'm not mistaken, right? So tire was already kicking in, 75% of fuel left, so he could be going for the 5-stop strategy. Freezy as well. Confuser could be on the 4-stop. 4-stop is something that I didn't even consider right now. So many different strategies here. I like it. Very interesting. And Rotec already 2.8 seconds ahead. Remember, he has just got the lead position on this lap and already made up 2 positions and doing the fastest lap as well. 2 minutes 15.268. Yes, it is not a 2:13.9, but don't forget, it is 1 o'clock and 36 minutes here in Germany in the morning. In the UK it should be now 12 o'clock and 36 minutes AM. So, of course, drivers are a little bit more tired than they have probably been 3 or 4 hours ago, and therefore, brilliant performance by every single one of them.
I am still showing the viewers the split screen, and I've just turned off all the information that you could have gained from my perspective to just let the atmosphere sink in and enjoy the racing that we have, the pure racing. When you look at it, it's night, the car lights bright through the track, and what you see is pure racing and pure atmosphere that you'll love to see at a 24-hour race.
Just to confirm, first place overall should still be. Was it Alex or
Yeah,
RRC?
it's Eric's.
And it is very close still, no?
Somewhat about less than 3 minutes at the beginning of the stint.
So there's still everything possible.
Everything is possible, yes.
Okay, and after that we have 9 hours of racing remaining, so... I wish I could do 10 hours, because it will remain this close, I think, for the next stints as well. And I haven't seen the previous stints, only like 1 hour if you summarize it. Oh, another fastest lap by Rotec, 2 minutes 15.043.
Misanthropics and Ben MK are battling very hard for P6 on track. Misanthropics defends the inside line into the bus stop chicane, and Ben is not able to get past the car. Maybe what Ben should do now is to maybe use the advantage that opens up for him to maybe save tires, save fuel, and maybe stay in the slipstream of Misanthropics, but Ben is way faster coming out of turn 1. Now has to wait in the slipstream again, coming up Radallion and Rouge.
Best place to overtake, I would say.
But he is too close coming out of Rouge, so he won't be able to overtake, I think.
Yes, very, very difficult. You have to play it very, very tactical to get an overtake done there, but the Mercedes, I think, should be a little bit stronger on top speed. We'll see in a couple of seconds.
And now maybe going into the 180-degree corner on the outside. Goes for the switchback.
By Misanthropics. Really, really good effort.
The thing is, the racing they're showing us is very, very cool, but they are losing so much time.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be fun if, without it, I think. Just going through the field, starting at the back, getting at the front to see who everyone is. So there's 12 in 12th place, 2 minutes. Yeah, time loss probably 30 or 40 seconds because of not starting the formation lap while the others did. Very unfortunate. Maybe he wasn't sitting on his chair. It can happen. It's normal. It's very late. You maybe have to get yourself a drink. So. All good. Race is still so long.
He went for some Zündkerzen.
Oh, this could also be possible. But they're handmade for the GTR, so it's gonna be difficult to find some. Okay, so Ken Stumich in 12th position, 1 minute 43 behind the lead pack. Kuhaku in 11th place. PRL, Nettie McNasty completing the top 10. Shishiman 9th. Very, very close to P0 Soft, who was driving in the Ford Mustang. Ben MK in the Porsche also really close behind Misanthropics, so this is still gonna keep being interesting. Has there been a mistake by Misanthropics? No, all good. Times are normal. But I think there could be an overtake happening. The Porsche has quite some top speed. Oh, it's a little bit ditched into the grass by Misanthropics. This was really, really close. Nothing happened there, but he's gonna he's flashing his lights. Oh, and he's pushing it out and forcing himself into 6th place. That was a very aggressive, but I think just clean and fair overtake. But it was on the edge. It was really, really close. And I think Misanthropics just left enough space so that nothing happens there. And now Ben is already pulling away in the front. Very important overtake, I think, this has been.
A very famous person called Kim from the DLL would say, alles fair.
Yes, okay. So. If that's the case, then that's the case. Okay, let's keep going up ahead. Maple 5th place, 30 seconds behind the lead pack, also really close. Freezy 4th, 6 seconds behind Confuser, completing the podium places at the moment. Arex Bosworth in 2nd place, and leading the pack is Roltech, driving for the KW Esports racing team number 1, I think. Number 2 should be the Jaguar.
Exactly.
If I remember correctly.
You do remember correctly.
Okay, because both teams are, if I'm not mistaken, equally well set according to the drivers, because I think they made the teams very equal, which you can do, and that's an interesting thing to do. If you have more teams than one in one car category, how do you normally do it? Do you put all amateur or a bit slower drivers in one team and all the fast in another team? Or do you mix it up a little bit? Because there are different philosophies.
Well, to be honest, for this race, we in Team DLL made it this way, that we mixed it up in 2 ways. And the first way is we put teams together with people that know each other the best. Plus, we had to mix it up in the end with drivers that maybe joined in freshly, because some of them weren't able to race at night or special stint times due to private reasons, which is pretty understandable. And
Yes, of course.
when you look at the first DLL team, while Zero Soft has got damage on his left tire and Shishiman at his front of the car, when you see the
So there has been a collision probably.
yeah, when you see the team constellation that the first DLL team is showing with the Mercedes-Benz with Charles, Johnny, Freezy, and myself, you can see that this is the DLL OG team. We guys know each other for the longest time in the DLL, and we made it somehow to find time for each other to race together again, like in the times we did before. And on our racing together, I would say that these 4 are also the fastest drivers on the grid for Team DLL. But there are many talented and young drivers building up in the, let's say, DLL Academy, with P0 Soft making his debut and first race in Gran Turismo 7, and he's got an endurance race in a Ford Mustang, driving at night at Spa. So, to be honest, there is a better start to enter into a league, but
Nobody's perfect.
you know, Kuhaku is always improving, although he has got damage on his car for now. When you compare it with what he did in Mount Panorama and where he sits now, his lap times got faster. Maybe not in the most consistent way that he himself would like to have as well, but there is a point of direction showing into the right direction, and there are many other drivers who joined DLL in the last couple of weeks, such as New Summer, Joe Cubano, both drivers that are not only showing it on paper that they can be fast if they want to, but are also organizing and doing some things in the back for the series. Another name that has to be mentioned is Cyril Blaze, who came up with the idea to do some social media stuff together with New Summer, and brought himself in, made up some things. Also a driver that has been driving in the first stint is Oehler, and what a coincidence, he is driving together with Cyril Blaze in a team, because Blaze brought him into the series, same as New Summer and Joe Cubano, but we've splitted them both from the team because we had to manage these stints to somehow get the drivers through the whole event. And yeah, maybe you see the difference between the Ford Mustang livery and the Mazda and the Mercedes. This also has been an idea within the group. Charles normally designs all the cars that we are racing for Team DLL, but New Summer wanted to try something out, and we just let him do the delivery for the Mustang, and said, you know what, you can design the car for your team if you want to. I think the grey color also has been a very good choice.
Yeah, something different because we only know green liveries from your team normally. And you still haven't figured out what the abbreviation of your meme is standing for, right?
So that's the thing.
There will never be
so I
final
know
solution, because there are so many different ones.
I know what the true meaning of DLL is. The same as Freezy, Johnny, Charles, Kim, Dustin, and Danny know what DLL stands for, but the rest is never gonna know.
Hello, Paul. Welcome to the stream.
Hello, Paul.
So, just getting a bit of here. Still 20 views, no, 23 views was remaining. 2 o'clock in the morning. Amazing.
You know what, Paul? I'm missing the Lamborghini on the grid. Where is it? Where's the Lamborghini?
Watkins clan. It should be the next race, if I'm not mistaken, Watkins clan.
No, the next race is, I think, Nürburgring. 8 hours, if I'm not wrong.
I have to say, for the time where I have been driving for the PPL team, we had more or less the same philosophy. When we made 2 teams, we made them equal strong so that everyone had a bit of fun. Normally we made the less experienced people start, so that then they can take a bit of time staying ahead of the pack, learning to defend and something like this. But of course we knew that they will lose some position over strategy, over pace, but this isn't hasn't been the goal. The goal is just to give those guys as much experience as possible, and later on, when there's a faster driver, it is normally really fun because the gaps are erased to the start of each stint. Of course, there's the overall grid, which is clear, but it is very much fun to start at the back and attacking the guys ahead and trying to drive ahead, because this is also a good learning opportunity for learning to race clean and good and finding gaps that many people don't see. And it's really interesting to see something like this.
Exactly.
It's really interesting that you have something like a junior project. We have something similar now planning, not in Gran Turismo, but we are doing this now. Our team is trying to do something like this for the iRacing team. Maybe you know it already, because in real life we have a team section called Girls Only by WS Racing.
Yeah, not only that, I know that some guys of your team have been racing today in a kart event with
yes,
others.
me, for example. And yeah, it's a project where it is an entire female lineup. Not only the drivers, but also the race engineers, the mechanics. It's entirely female, and they are starting now in real life with BMW M4 GT4, the newer one. Finally, it's very difficult to get one. And we're trying now to get also an esports team, which is all female. And I think we had already like 18 people or something like this, or no, it has been 14 people who showed interest in joining the team. So I'm very curious how the future gets. But it was a good point. Yes, we have been kart driving today in nearby Wuppertal in Germany. And I'm still tired, and I'm starting to feel my arms a little bit. They're still hurting a bit. Yes, has been a couple of years since I've been driving kart, and the last time I did it was on an ice track in Luxembourg, where you
Oh,
normally
jeez.
yeah, it was interesting. Kart drifting, it was called, and it was a very good learning experience to learn to drive, to drift stable with the kart, and it worked. But of course, on tarmac, it's much cooler. And now that I started sim racing in the time between, it was an entirely different feeling.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yes,
Not
I
only
think we
that.
made 6th place out of 9 drivers, but there's been one pro team who almost drove every day on this track, and therefore we're really happy because we didn't even do any major mistakes, and it was a 3-hour-long learning experience. That was the entire race distance with real-time driver change and
Yeah.
car changes, and of course, well,
Yeah.
have all been wasted later on. I had like 2 hours of sleep just before starting the stint, and yeah, now I'm fully active again.
That's cool. Not only
Oh,
that.
Serial Blaze is leaving us. Oh no. Yeah, okay. Have a good sleep. See you later on. Will be not a clown figure.
I just hope that the sound alerts are also playing the sound and not only showing on screen that there has been played something. Serial Blaze, although you are leaving, you can just leave the stream on and maybe get some good sleep and dream of you or yourself racing on track and how you managed to get through the corners in the best way and where's the breaking point, and you know what? Just get some rest, mate, and see you then for stint number 6. We're going to be racing together then. And yeah, to get back to what we talked about, having a complete female driving split or team, setting up a driver academy or things like that. When I come to talk about DLL especially, you can't hear the sound alert. Wow. Wow. Okay, I have to fix that. So, we are changing. Wait, hold on. Now it works again.
Might be doing the second pit stop. Yep, getting fresh Bridgestones on. Oh, and there's a close battle reaping up. Ben 1.3 seconds behind Misanthropics. Remember, they have been fighting beforehand. I think they've overtaken each other again.
Hold on.
Remember, Misanthropics with much more fuel than Ben MK. Getting on board Ben's camp. See what happens. Unfortunately, he has a half-second penalty. Ooh, sliding a bit there over the curve around the no-name corner.
I have to try something.
Right-hand side is a little bit dark. Oh, have you been rewinding? Oh no, just a normal day, okay.
Wait, hold on a minute. Why did my... Wait, what the fuck is going on? Ah, there you are. Good. I'm just wondering why the hell haven't I got any sound of the sound alerts? This isn't supposed to work in this way. You have to hear them. That's the whole point of it. But why
Normally
can't
it is
they?
just one setting that is wrong, and it is so difficult to find it. GR3 now also coming in for his pit stop, 2% of fuel left. So 1 hour passed, so he should be going for the 5-stop strategy. Yeah, Mercedes always been a car which is very difficult to manage, although it is really fast. Alfa Romeo of Shishiman also getting past him, and he has front damage still. I think it's still the same one he had before.
I think they haven't.
There's been a spin, no? Yes, there's been a spin by the Porsche of Ben MK. Now he's lost a big amount of time to Misanthropics. But anyways, he will have to come into the pits now at the end of this lap. No fuel left, no tires left. Oh, hi Eddie, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. This early in the morning already. What is Velo doing? Where's Velo? Velo is in 11th place, coming into the pit lane for his second pit stop, I guess. Great livery, by the way.
Yeah, the livery from you is very, very nice.
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out what.
Still. But it is still the older GTR from 2013. And yes. Even though I really like the new GTR, but I think it is still a little bit slower than the older one. Okay, getting himself now some fuel. Okay, let's remain a little bit with the GTR to enjoy the great livery, see where he comes out. Now in P13, but the guys ahead also will be having to do another pit stop. Good night, Paul. See you later on in the morning. Getting also blue flags, so you have to be keeping an eye behind where Shishiman, I think, is approaching. Yes, those are the headlights of an Alfa Romeo. Very, very good job. Keeping out of the racing line. Perfect. Does P0 pit already? Let's have a look. No, he did already. 13 seconds behind Ken Stumik 007. 36 seconds ahead of Zero Kuhaku. Waku with a little bit less fuel, and Ken Stumik will have to do another pit stop, so Zero will move up to 9th place in the next 3 laps, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, more or less.
I don't know, but just confirmation from the chat.
You're still trying to figure out what happens with the sound alert, right? Right?
Confirmation from the chat. Have you heard it, applause? There you have it.
Oh, it worked?
That's a good thing. But
just imagine playing every single alert which hasn't been played in the last half an hour. How many were there? 10,
oh Jesus.
15?
The thing is, they hear it now. But I don't.
That's not the most important thing is that the guys who order the sound alerts
it is problem.
They don't get sad. Needs problem. So
it is problem.
13th place. People look ahead. Rotek 10 seconds ahead in the lead. Arex in 2nd place. Confuser approaching him. Only 4 seconds behind Boxworth. Both with more or less the same.
So box
Fireware is a little bit better by on Confuser's McLaren. What is really unfortunate is that I'm not able to see more than 2 laps for each car. It's a bit annoying, but nothing I can do about it.
Let me try this now.
Oh, Otek coming into the... Oh, yes, he's out of here. Otek coming into the pits. So this is a normal pit stop. But it was a real early pit stop. His last stint was a bit longer. No, it was Arix who made a longer stint. So, it is starting now. Different strategies and really interesting to see which one will be the better one. I would say the 4 and 3 stop strategies could work, but it is of course really difficult to get it done. Yeah.
Whatever.
Difficult. So Confuse of course also getting through 3.9 seconds behind Bosworth.
So box, 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 box.
I hope you still hear sound alerts for now. Because I don't. I don't hear them anymore, but I think that's okay.
Don't drink and drive, but grab yourself an Ertiga and enjoy.
That's right.
I'm gonna keep the opinion of this for myself, for the moment being. I was also really surprised at Wuppertal at the kart center after the race, when we get ourselves a bottle of beer. They had Reisdorf Kölsch, which is normally the local beer of Cologne, but we were not in Cologne, so yeah. Of course, they had other beers as well, like Veltins or Becks.
The beer is beer.
Yeah. But Kölsch remains the only language which you can actually drink. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, I know. The thing is that...
Okay, 3.6 seconds. The gap is coming down, and both will enter the pit at the same time, probably. Tire wear more or less equal. Left-hand side is a little bit more worn out at Confuse's car. Bosworth with the best balance management, but I think overall with a little bit more tire wear. Joe Kumano confirming for us that the weather is still remaining quite good, so thank you for that information. Yeah, unfortunately we do not have access to the weather radar. Of course, if you're driving, you can switch. If you look below the screen on the right down and side corner, you can switch to other settings like traction control, but brake balance. No, brake balance is not available on this race. But of course, fuel management, traction control, radar map, and of course the weather radar, which you can always keep an eye on to see if there's rain coming. And this is also a really difficult thing to figure out how strong the rain will be. Of course, there's like a scale which explains how strong the rain that will approach is coming down, but logically you have to figure yourself out what it means. If, for example, there's like a green or a red cloud, is it necessary to go out on full wets, or is it maybe possible, if this is only a short rain period, to do a stint on an intermediate tire? And yeah, it will probably be one lap in pain, but the rest will be perfect. Oh, there's a spin for the leading car. Bosworth spun out of the Puan corner, and this was a really close situation because Confuser went full speed through that corner, no contact, everything went well, and we have a lead change after 1 hour and 10 minutes of racing. This was a really close one, and it was the same situation as before, coming up to the green stuff, losing control of the car, no damage. This is, I think, the most important and best, good news for Bosworth at the moment. But of course, he loses the lead, and he will probably lose a bit of time also on Rotek later on.
I think I've got the perfect sound alert for this one. I just hope it's gonna work.
I can't hear it, but okay, applause. Yeah.
Nah, not applause. It's a different one.
Okay.
That's one that you have to redeem via bits. But
It could be something. Don't tell me this. The Leclerc sound alert.
do you remember Vettel crashing and?
Oh no.
Who the?
How can I forget it? Oh, we have also an interesting situation with Anthropics with a car behind which has been lapped but is trying to get the lap back. And it will be interesting what Misanthropics is doing, if he's aware of it. Yes, he's letting him through. Great work. Oh, also almost spin by Rotek, who has entered the pit for the second time already. But for now, everything's still remaining clear. We have a close pack at just exiting the Malmedy corner, so approaching Bruxelles now. Let's keep a look on that. It's not for position, unfortunately. So the field is now a bit spread out, but at the front it is still really, really close. Confusing now approaching left cars. No, already past them. And it is the Ford Mustang of Kuhaku, I think. Ah no, Kuhaku is driving the Mazda, sorry.
Bingo.
Ah, P0 is in the Mustang. Oh, and P0 also with damage at the front. Yeah, Spa is an amazing track. It's really, really nice. Oh, the indicators look nice on the Mustang, just moving from right to left, or from the inside to the outside.
What is very interesting is, although the track has the option that rain is possible, we've only seen rain for about like half an hour or so over the first couple of hours, and it already brought such a mess with it. So I think maybe it's gonna get really, really interesting again when the rain pops up, but the question is where, when, and how.
Leader into the pit, Confi and Arix at the same time, 2.6 seconds the gap between both cars, and Rotek now exiting Blanchimont. Or coming through Blanchimont. Oh, Rotek bottled it! He went into the barrier, front damage, and he just went out of the pit, and he maybe has to get into the pits again, because this damage should be a bit stronger. This was a heavy impact. Oh my goodness me, streamer curse reappearing again.
I just wanted to say it's going to be interesting where Rotek comes out when he gets
and he's
over
coming into the pits, of course.
Yeah.
He has no other choice. And I think he will have to change tires and fill it up again if he's already in. Got to do something strategic-wise.
The thing is, that was
very, very, very difficult situation.
That was a complete.
But it's so easy to do that mistake at Blanchimont's full speed section.
Now, the thing
difficult. is, Misanthropics also coming into the pit. Freezy staying out. And Freezy will get into the lead, I think.
Nah, Confi will stay ahead. Same as Bosworth. The thing is, about Rotek, that was a complete human error. That was a complete human error. He wasn't even reaching, or he wasn't even in the Blanchimont corner. He just threw the car away way before. When you get out of the second right-hander coming into the third sector, you have the small snake section, I always call it, where you first have to turn right and then left. And I guess he went full straight, missed the left-hand thing, came on the grass, wanted to catch it because the car lost traction, and he fully sent it into the wall on the right-hand side. Very, very unlucky for Rotek, who comes out of the pits now.
Yes, coming out even behind his teammate, behind Maple.
Misanthropics as well. Ben MK squeezes his car right ahead of Misanthropics, who has got a 3-second penalty because he cut the pit exit lane. That is gonna cost him way more than 3 seconds because the car's gonna go down to 80 kilometers per hour and you will lose all the speed you gain out of the exit.
And remember, it is a high-speed section, so
Yeah.
it will cost him dearly. But the good news for him, he is like 30 seconds, I think, behind. Yep, of course, now correcting itself because of the pit exit. 37 seconds, so I think Shitty Man for this situation should not be a factor, but of course, the gap to the car ahead to Ben MK will decrease drastically.
Yeah.
Increase.
Yeah.
Increase.
One thing Ford can be proud of is their left indicator. P0 has got the indicator on since 1 hour and 18 minutes and it's still working. So if you want to have an indicator, just get the ones from Ford.
Yeah, good thing that it's not a hybrid car because there would be much energy loss, but yeah. They'll return in like a month and 2 weeks when we will do the next WEC race at the Nürburgring.
Exactly.
And I think it is the first ever race from the Digital Endurance Series at Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit only. Correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, 8-hour race. I think I was there at 2015 in real life when the WEC raced there for the 6-hour race, and it was really interesting to watch those cars drive there. And now with dynamic weather, it's really, really interesting.
By the way,
bit unfortunate that the grid will not be as large as in Monza, but
yeah.
It's always difficult to please everyone.
By the way, a small fun fact. In 1 week and 2 months, some of the DLL guys will meet themselves at the Nürburgring for the DTM race.
As well with the WSR lineup, as we are driving there in real life as well. Not ourselves, but the real life drivers of the team, because we're just doing esports, most of us.
Wow, maybe there is a chance of meeting. Because I know Charles will be there.
So many teams there. I think there are also guys from the KW esports series, Kartan Wittlich. I think Feel Good Racing should also appear. Many people of the Saarland League. And of course, the hype is really large for the 24-hour race at real life at the Nürburgring because we now have a new management of the Nürburgring lunch technicians. And of course, if you just have made one look onto the GT3 lineup for the first race, Fricadelli with a new Ferrari, 2 Aston Martins by Pro Sport in the Group 3 class, 3 more in the GT4 class. I think there will be at least 25-30 GT3 cars in the first race, which is amazing compared to the last one last year where we had like 9 cars in the SP9 category.
It seems like that WSR is pretty organized when it comes to racing. Very nice to see.
Yes.
Get me the VIP entrance.
It's gonna be a bit difficult because we have to get our own cards, entry cards as well.
I'm
but
just
of course,
cheating.
I think 20 euros for the Nürburgring Endurance Series in real life. I think it's a very fair price for being able to enter the pit lane, enter the grid before the start, having access to all standings around the circuit, including some areas which are restricted around the Nordschleife, like Brünnchen, Pflanzgarten, Hatzenbach, and it's always a great atmosphere. Weather is not always the best one. I think next week is going to be pretty good, even though it's going to be a bit cold with 12 degrees. But I think the racing on track should equalize it without any doubts.
But the 20 euros is going to be for only 1 day, am I right?
Yes, but there are so many things to do, and if you compare it, for example, to DTM, where you pay like 80 euros for an entire weekend to just have 2 qualifying sessions and 2 races, where if you get lucky, half of the grid finishes, and the rest DNFs in the first corner, I think it's a cool thing. But they reduced the prices as well, I think, just a bit. So let's keep an eye on the track as well. Maple in 4th place now, still ahead of his teammate, who, remember, had his mistake like 5 minutes ago. Ben MK in front of Misanthropics, who had to serve his penalty, but is closing in again, 5 seconds. I think he was 2 seconds behind before serving his penalty. He must have lost like 6 or 7 seconds. So here he is, the AMG Mercedes driver. Also great livery by Feelgood Racing. Also a team that I think founded itself at the beginning of 2021. I still know a couple of people of the previous team, which existed before this one was founded. Still in close contact with them. I think maybe you remember one of them because he raced with the PPL series as well. Lars Krachten was his name.
What was his gamer tag?
Lars Krachen and yeah.
Ah, yeah. I do
he
remember
was one of
this
the
one.
organizers of the team. Yes, the team which later on split itself into 2 parts. One remained the older one, and the other one founded this one, Feelgood Racing. And they made a very good development over the last 2 years. With really good pace, also had great drivers. Streamers also had their own projects. I think I had one of my first endurance races that had been organized by them, which was a 6-hour race at Monza in when was it? I think 2021 as well. So it's, yes, I think it was in summer of 2021. And yeah, it was one of my first endurance experiences. The first, also fun fact, was with the Digital Endurance Series, more or less exactly 2 years ago, and it was on this track. I think it was the 9-hour race, if I'm not mistaken, Group 1 and Group 3 without setup.
Yeah.
Tire wear times 4, fuel consumption times 2. Yes, I remember it still.
Yeah, these were the times where Gommel was still active, and I think they also won this event. Gommel had such a strong lineup with Zemitz,
Also
Kemohin.
F1R with very good drivers in the Group 1 class.
Yeah. They also had a strong lineup with Heli Power, Knipchen, Cello. These also were
Of course,
some...
remember Inferno Racing.
Oh, Jesus, stop it. Yeah, these were the good old times.
Couple of mistakes with the balance of performance, but it can happen.
Do you... I think you also remember the Ultimate Formula League with L with... this was the team before DLL split it from it to have its own team and not to race in part with the Ultimate Formula League. It's not the same as Feelgood Racing and the others, but DLL already existed, and we had an agreement that we said, okay, if we want to represent the team or the league that we are racing in, we're not going to split in Gommel, DLL, and whatsoever. So we will race as a UFL, and in this time, Semitz, Kimoin, Charles, and all the others raced as UFL. And then something happened. I cannot remember exactly what it was, but then it split it into DLL, Gommel, and UFL. And I think also the league UFL got into so much trouble that I think the last league race was 1.5 years ago. Because things change. Others got older. Others got maybe the first kids, started their family plannings, or had to move away, or whatsoever. And this sadly was the time where a lot of leagues were dying in the time due to specific reasons.
Yeah, it's always difficult to plus real life with sim racing, but on the other hand, it's still great to see that we have a full lobby. Of course, one team missing because of I think it was a disconnect at the start, but still getting a full lineup. Remember the 24 hours of Suzuka where we had like 10 teams or something like this and only 8 finished because 2 teams retired from the race at half time. It's great to see that there's still really high interest in esports and sim racing, especially in Gran Turismo 7, and it's not normal, especially if you remember that the game had a really bad start with disastrous servers and difficulties of setting a lobby. You couldn't even save a lobby when the game was released, and but has been a huge progress in the last, already 1 year has passed already since the game came out.
These have been times. Jesus freaking Christ. Let me do something. Let me eat a Snickers.
Yes, of course. Gonna have a lunch break later on as well, I think 10-15 minutes, something like this. Still have 1 or 2 sandwiches left, which I made for the card event, but it's difficult to eat something if you have to drive later on for half an hour in one piece. Okay. Oh, Misanthropic's closing. 1.3 seconds only remaining to Ben MK. It had been 5 seconds. Pace brilliant. 16.3 the pace. Ben MK's times about 1 second slower. And the tire wear, of course, also playing a factor. He will do a pit stop in the next 2 laps, but I don't think that Misanthropix knows that. And one thing we didn't mention, and we have to talk about, is, and this is really important, the Pepe with Rock helmet of Alex Bosworth. I think we have to consider another vote for the best helmet on track. I think I found it. Oh, both cars really, really close. We found another Ben MK and Misanthropix. Oh, Misanthropix already flashing his lights, seems not to be really happy to drive behind Ben MK. He's staying out, so there is the possibility to get an overtake on track, and the most probable opportunity will come just up ahead, after Radio and Rouge, of course. Breaking into the last corner, or missing the braking point a little bit by Ben MK. Both cars now close up ahead, but I think he had still a better exit than Misanthropix. Yes, Misanthropix dropped out of the slipstream, but Ben MK is on his final lap on this stint. After this one, he will enter the pits. There's just not enough fuel left, and Misanthropix closing in really, really good top speed by the AMG Mercedes. Let's have an onboard look. Great tire wear, of course. Both on different strategies, and that's the point. They both will be on complete different strategies at some point. Therefore, the higher tire wear, one of them will do one more pit stop than the other one. And it's difficult to see which one is going to be faster, but I think the overtake is only seconds away. Misanthropix will try to overtake him on this lap. And I don't think that he knows that Ben MK will enter the pit lane after the next stint, after this lap. Ooh, bit too much on the inside. That has cost him a bit of time, and the X is still keeping up ahead with the Porsche. Blue flags as well, not for Ben MK, but for the car ahead of him. Also gonna be a factor if they don't get the overtake done before entering the pits. But Misanthropix dropping now out a little bit. Ben MK missing out the apex for the last corner, getting onto the greens. That normally doesn't help, but he keeps it clean. Also entering the green stuff again, and now he's lost enough time. And Misanthropix will try to get an overtake done difficult part of the track to overtake, coming up to Ranier, having a look into the inside, but pulling back, thinking better of it, and it was, I think, the right decision. And Ben MK will now say goodbye to this fight and enter the pit lane. No, he's doing another lap! Is he good on fuel? It's gonna be really close, but I think he's just gonna be good on fuel. But it will be so close, he will have to manage a little bit. And now we have just passed halftime, 1 hour and 32 minutes gone, 1 hour and 28 minutes left until the end of the stint, and now Misanthropic switch with a way better exit than he had at the lap before. Still behind the Porsche, flashing his lights there, making himself, showing that he's just behind, but he will not be behind for long. Now getting the overtake done, breaking into the home chicane and passing Ben MK. Is he keeping up? No, Ben MK letting Misanthropics pass, knowing that he will have to enter the pit lane, so he will continue 1 lap behind. Or will he try to get an overtake done in the next corner? No, he will not. He stays behind. And I think it was the right decision. And still difficult to say if both cars are the same strategy. I would guess that Misanthropics will have to do 1 more pit stop than Ben MK.
I also think that.
Quite sure.
I also think that Misanthropics will do 1 stop more because he has got way more tire usage than Ben MK has, which results in.
Because there are completely different strategies. Misanthropics entered the pit lane already for another time, which meant that this overtake was even more important than we first considered.
Bingo.
But Ben is still good on fuel, he will make it without any problems into the pit lane. And yeah, now he's coming in. Oh, there's also an interesting battle creeping up ahead for P10, I think. Neddy McNasty 2 seconds behind P0. Okay, losing now time because of the blue flags that he received, and I think there were for Misanthropics, who was just behind. So, Kat Stumik in 9th place with a 0.5 second penalty, also getting blue flags for the McLaren of who's going to overtake. Should be either Confuser or Rotek. And I think it is Rotek, if I remember correctly. Confuser had the white headlights. Nope, it's Confuser. Sorry.
All the RRC cars have yellow headlights. Green light, red light.
Okay, Venom can exiting the pit lane, also in clean air, so very good position, 75% of fuel. No penalty at the moment, or also very close to the barrier. Okay, let's have a look ahead. Shishi Man on P7, 4 points only remaining to close the gap to Maple. And Maple, I think, just left the pit lane, and therefore the gap came down. And of course, this is also the reason because Maple has the slight better tire wear. Breezy 8 seconds ahead, also had a pit stop a couple of laps ago, 1 or 2 laps ago. Which was the last lap, 3 minutes and 5, that's the normal time for a road lap. Misanthropics on another strategy in 4th place, 21 seconds to Rotek in 3rd place, Bosworth in 2nd place, and user, leading the field with 8 seconds, the margin. I think it's one of the closest stints we had yet, correct?
I think when you compare it
It
to
was
all
at
the
least
drivers,
closer as the last stint where we had like a 2 minutes gap between P1 and P2.
that's true.
Of course, Voltec with a little bit larger gap because of his mistake 10 laps ago or 15 laps ago. And the weather still seems to remain quite well. There are a few clouds, but it's not even close to be a threat for rain, so I think we are good. Because of yeah, the normal time reference, it will take like at least 10-15 minutes for rain clouds to form up. So there should not be any rain expected for the next half an hour, I think.
This is some quite good news, to be honest.
Of course, if any driver who's doing a pit stop would like to inform us, or maybe guys who are in the party for spotting or supporting their team, they want to inform us that there's any rain, we'll be really happy to hear so, because just to remember you, it's unfortunately still not possible for us to keep an eye on the rain radar. And of course, we hope that it changes soon, as well as the replay function for the streamers.
Binotto would say no rain at all, no rain at all.
We are checking, we are checking.
What is this? I don't know. Okay, we will go plan C, plan
Also
C.
really interesting first Formula 1 race. Now that we aren't already talking about Ferrari.
Well,
And
Leclerc,
just as I'm thinking on Formula 1, I'm missing one manufacturer in particular, because there's not a single Aston Martin on the track.
Aston Martin's overrated. You will see them back at Nürburgring. Depends on how many
Yeah,
cars we're
they
going to
were
register.
not that slow at the 24-hour race. They unfortunately had a collision at almost at the end of the lap in the night session, because the car was really, really quick. The TF Sport car, the Group
Yeah.
3 run. So any close battles? Gaps now spreading out a little bit. The closest battle still seems to be the one between P0 and Natty McNasty, but unfortunately because of blue flags, the gap always keeps decreasing. Oh, there's a close battle. Kuhaku against Dust Vallow. Half a second, both of them behind another, getting on board the GTR. The one who can remain on the outside view. Oh, overtaking attempt by Dust Vallow. No, pulling out of it because he just received blue flags. Oh, and there was a slight mistake by Kuhaku getting onto the green stuff, but keeping it clean. Oh, have you seen that jump?
We already saw it before, but
That was interesting to see.
yeet.
New strategies coming up. Ferrari drivers hate this trick. I know, I think he's going to try to overtake. Oh, again pulling out. Nope, now he got him. But great to see that Kuhaku also fights. Oh, there's been a mistake by the GTR. Is Kuhaku getting the position back? Yes, he is! Kuhaku getting the position back because Daswell was a little bit too generous with the blue flags. Oh, and already a 2.8 second margin. Great stuff by Kuhaku. Eddie McNasty a bit too far ahead at the moment. Yeah, 38 seconds the gap. Baku now letting the Alfa Romeo pass. Oh, missing his braking point a little bit. But keeping his position now, but he has the GTR behind again. Ah, we still have the streamer camera. Let's use this one. We didn't use it beforehand. Okay, I'm staying on board with Jastrello and Kuhaku. As I think Kuhaku missed his braking point. Or it could have been tactical. Maybe he's now trying to get the overtake done before the end of the camel straight. But I think the gap is a little bit too large. And we also have to keep an eye on the wind now coming from the south, so we have point on headwind. So those are perfect opportunities for slipstream battle. Yeah, but they get a little bit too large, and yeah, Dastrello getting the 12th position and yeah, trying to now attack at the front. Also, way better tire wear. And remember, one team is still missing. There has been a disconnect after not even 5 corners of the first lap, unfortunately. And there's a very close battle at the lead, Confuser against Bosworth. Both of them going now just behind another through a rouge, and I think that's going to be an overtaking attempt of RX Bosworth. RX now just behind. We talked about slipstream like 30 seconds ago. There's an overtaking attempt, and Bosworth going for the lead. Is there enough top speed remaining from the McLaren? No. Lead change after 1 hour and 43 minutes. Bosworth again in front for RX and Confuser for RRC, having to settle for second place. Yeah. Could have been a mistake by Confuser. His last lap was not so bad.
You mean not so good, the lap in 43? There's a 10-second difference than to all the others, while he was driving very consistent and solid times indeed.
Ah, yeah, now I see it. Lap 36, correct? No, lap 44.
43.
Ah, yeah, there's
no
still a small
worries, no
bug
worries.
on my display. Ah, yeah, okay, now I see it. I thought it was an outlet, but therefore it must have been too short. Yeah, you're right. But still the possibility to get the counter-attack done. Oh, great exit out of the campus corner. Okay, I'm getting on board the McLaren. Great top speed by the McLaren. Getting a little bit more of the track limits, using all the track that is possible, and I think that could be the next change for the lead just at the end of this lap. Oh, and I think that could have been a little bit tactical by RX, just getting very strongly on the brakes to maybe pull away later on to break the slipstream. Didn't work though, and he has to now go flat out through a rouge, and he will lose the position. The McLaren is just too quick in the straight line. Yeah. Overtaking attempt by Confuser. Still side by side. Oh, still side by side. It's much closer than expected. And I think he got him. Again, change for the lead. Confuser back in first place for RRC.
There is another battle coming up. Lady McNasty against P0.
Okay, I'll stay at the front. If something happens, I just inform you.
Perfect.
The gap is already increasing a little bit. Yeah, Confuser with slightly better management, better fuel, better tires, but the difference is really, really small. Both of them doing a great job at the moment, but Confuser again pulling away, gap increased just to 1 second. Fastest step at the moment, still remaining for Katan Ridley Esports, 2 minutes 14 seconds, 0.946. And we still have 1 hour and 50 minutes left until the end of the 4th stint.
Oops. Jesus Christ.
What happened?
Nothing, my brain is just dead. And when I think of the fact that I also have to commentate the next stint, and after that I have to race again for 3 hours. Jesus, my
When
back
is your next stint? 10 o'clock?
Wait, let me think. No, from 7:30 to 10:30.
So I'm guessing you will do the same thing as I am doing after the stint. Just doing yourself a sprint to your bed and have a 2 to 3 hour nap.
No, because I have to stream the next one as well.
Oh,
So
okay.
there is no sleep for me.
Yeah.
No sleep at all.
But therefore you will probably have a great break there after the race. You'll have really good sleep.
Yeah, I think that I'm going to stay with the team for the rest of the event though. So until 14, maybe
Oh,
even.
there's the spin by Rotek again. Oh no, he catched the car, but it was, again, big Cold Brown moment. Almost lost the car. Second time coming out of the Malmedy corner.
There was a Stift in der Hose.
Yes. Yeah, that was a great example for the track limits. Getting into the grass there.
Shishi-Man in the pits.
But you have a similar situation as I had it. I remember it was, I think, the 24-hour race of Spa. I think I was doing the 2 hour stint from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the morning. Then I had to stream 2 hours with the older streaming company you once had from Austria. You maybe remember.
Whoop TV.
Yes.
Jesus Christ,
And
those were times.
then I wanted to get some break, but the next driver of our team just didn't appear, and I had to do another stint of 2 hours.
Wasn't it?
But it somehow worked at the end, and I had the luck that I had a break before, which I used really sensible.
Bosworth, by the way, in the pits. Confi stays out. Wasn't it?
Yes.
Didn't we race 24 hours not in Spa? Wasn't it in what was it
Suzuka,
called?
sorry.
Yeah, Suzuka, I wanted to say. The whole
both starting
Nissan
with S,
section.
both Formula 1 tracks, both great tracks, and both Group 3. Yeah, Suzuka was the GTR Cup, where we competed with a Lexus. And there was a Citroen, I remember.
Yeah, RRC was driving the Citroen.
I think, like the meme car, but they were doing really, really good in the race.
Yeah.
Until the Nissan started to pull away.
I also remember we had a Nissan and a Toyota FT1 VGT.
Yes. Yeah, the FT1 was also a cool car. I think it is not considered as great as it once has been in Gran Turismo.
No.
Is it even still a Group 3 car? I don't remember it in Gran Turismo 7.
It still is a Group 3 car, but it's not as great as you would probably
Never seen
think.
it on track, right, I've never seen it.
Yeah, the thing is, it has been patched so badly, it's not usable anymore, to be honest.
Yeah,
One
I
of
don't know, but maybe for a Fun Cup series,
I think
maybe try it out again, because
I
we
think
competed with it
for
at the 12-hour race at Lago Maggiore.
that's another fact for me personally. I'm so sad that we are not racing at Lago this year, because this track is so freaking awesome.
Yeah, it's not only the digital endurance series, but most of the series who do endurance races only do them on real life tracks. I know you considered once Trial Mountain and you used it for a test race, but it would be really, really great to have some of those fantasy tracks for endurance racing as well. Like Lago Maggiore, Kyoto could also be great for endurance racing, I think.
Kyoto was one of the first races we actually did. Kyoto
That's
was...
been a long time ago because I
Yeah, it
think
was...
maybe the first race
it was
for
even...
2021. Voltec doing his pit stop as well. Normal pit stop window. And I think he will do 2 more stints. And
Yeah.
those stints will be really, really long. Confuser will be on the same strategy. And Misanthropics could be as well.
The
He may be
race...
fine by doing 1 more lap, but it would be his last one.
Yeah, the race
he's doing another lap.
The race we did in Kyoto was even before this series was founded. It was a league battle between the UFL, FPL, and F1R. And this also was a complete
This will be now
Nissan battle.
really, really close. Confuser versus Bosworth. Bosworth approaching now. Yeah,
He's going to be ahead.
I think he will go on to the leader. It's gonna be really, really close. Where's Confuser? Just exiting the pits. Oh, there's Confuser coming out of the pits, and Misanthropics ahead. Where's Bosworth? Bosworth coming up ahead. Has he got enough speed to close the gap?
This is so freaking close.
He will remain behind. So, great for the pit crew of the RRC racing team. Oh, there's been a disconnect by Kuhaku. Ah, no. Disconnect after 2 hours of racing, and he was doing quite well.
That's unfortunate.
Ay. Well, the good news for him, for the team, is he has now some resting time. Of course, he will have to enter the gap. I think it would be something that you would be quite sad about if you're at the start of the race. I think in the night phase, I think you start to see the positive sides of it. Misanthropic still in the lead, but he will lose plenty of time later on. But I think he's just enjoying a bit of time, getting some leading laps for Feel Good Racing. No, but I think the racing calendar overall is really interesting. Even though we have only real-life tracks. What I'm missing quite a bit is the Catalonia circuit, now that we got the no chicane variation. I know we used it for a test race, but I think a 12-hour or 16-hour race on this track could also be fun. Oh, there's been a misbraking. What was that? Was it Arix? No, it was... Or was it? No, it was Bosworth. Huge lockup by him.
Wasn't there a misunderstanding with Misanthropics?
Just rewind it a bit if you want. Now it's a good opportunity to test it because I had it on camera.
Rewind. What happened?
What happened, Lance?
Let me check. No, he just completely overshoot the corner.
But it seems that we have found kind of an alternate way to rewind the stream.
Use a already delayed stream and rewind it.
Yeah, just a bit.
I'm just kidding. Oh, good.
So Misanthropics into the pit lane as well. Refueling. Tire change had been completed already. And I think he will have to do another pit stop thereafter. 1 hour on one set of tires will be really difficult. Maybe on the medium tire you could do a 1 hour stint, but he is playing it safe, getting another set of soft tires, and will remain in 7th position overall. Venom Kane in 6th place, Vortec 5th, Maple 4th. Maple, one of those drivers who still has to do 2 pit stops, but he's, really good position. P4 at the moment. He will probably drop back to P8, P9, something like this. Freezy will be in the same situation, probably will be coming out behind Central Mix as well, but crucially Freezy can still do 3 to 4 laps. The tires are very worn, but he has still enough fuel for I think 3 laps approximately. And yeah, Bosworth and Confuser will probably be the 2 cars who will be fighting for Stint victory.
Yeah. A maybe necessary information for all the guys in the chat. The second team from DLL, the Mudstar, had to retire not due to disconnect reasons, but due to medical reasons. Nothing very serious, but it just couldn't hold it any longer. And for this occasion, best health wishes and all the things.
Yeah, it's no problem.
And maybe a nice recommendation for P0. Box. Maybe try the medium tire. Box.
Yeah. Oh, massive understeer out of Rouge. Just a short moment of Gran Turismo Sport Grip. But will DLL return for the next stint, or did they retire completely?
No, for this stint they had to retire the car for this stint, but next stint they are going to compete again.
Okay, yeah, that's great to hear, and therefore health has, I think, big priorities, so therefore no hard feelings, and I think nobody will be mad. Safety first. Yeah, and that means that Dustvello remains in 12th place. And the gap will be coming down because P0 has no grip left whatsoever on those front tires. But it proves that you can do 1 or 2 laps thereafter still on 1 tires, even if you have massive understeer. But he's not losing too much time to the car behind.
Not only that, okay, I'm leaving Freezy alone. I don't want that he spins due to the streamer curse. We have 1 hour left, and to be honest, maybe it's a kind of an unfortunate example, but it also shows that what we do is not without nothing. There is a little bit of a health risk. I mean, there's nobody going to die in here because it's freaking sim racing, but it's quite of an challenge to keep a stamina all the way up, to keep it concentrated, to have a consistent pace, and to keep it all together. That it's not very easy, and
yeah, it's really exhausting, of course.
Exactly.
But didn't we have one something the rule script that mentioned that we had to do a mandatory 5-minute pit stop in a 3-hour stint?
I
For
think
24-hour races?
I think that was a recommendation, or how's it called? Idea, but I think that it didn't got implemented
We had a
into the
similar
rules.
system in a different league. Every race which was longer than, or which was 2 hours long, or even longer, I think we had 2 hours and 3-hour races, and apart from them, 90-hour races. Except for the 90-hour races, you had to do 1 pit stop where you had to wait 8 minutes, and after those 8 minutes of standing time passed, you are allowed to work on this on your car, and you have to do one of those pit stops once per race, once per car. And at this time, you have the possibility to stand up, get yourself something to drink, something to eat, maybe go to the restroom, and it's really comfortable, because in real life normally you would also have time to relax if there's like a count 60 or a slow zone. And I think the 24-hour race at Spa is a really good example for something that always that there's always something happening, that there's a car landing at the barrier, or something goes catastrophically wrong.
Yeah.
But of course, in simulated racing, there are no safety cars. There's just going flat out till the end. Yeah.
By the way, Kangaroo, the race is not going to be delayed for 1 hour. We had a little bit of time management free, especially for reasons like that, to have a half an hour time to get some preparation in, to even avoid situations like this, to stay in the time script. So I think when this race is finished, the other lobby will already be opened up. The problem is that I am the lobby host for the next lobby, but I don't think that I'm going to make it in time to give others half an hour of time to get everything ready. So I'm just looking for someone who might be able to host a lobby.
Maple into the pit lane. Second to last pit stop for him.
Question to you, are you going to stay with me for another stint, or are you leaving and going to bed?
Could be difficult. I think because do you mean for hosting or what do you mean?
No, say as a co-commentator, but if you don't want to, it's all good.
Yeah, I think to be honest, I need to get some rest because I've been waking up for a longer time.
I know.
Would be during the day. I probably would have said yes, but let's see. If you get lucky, someone is joining you from the guys who are just driving right now. I think there's still plenty of stuff to talk about, and I hope that there's someone joining.
Oh yeah.
So what's happening just ahead? Between P1 and P2, 4 seconds. Almost 3 seconds ago, so it's still increasing. But both doing great pace. Same lap times. Lap 4 only 1/10 apart. On Rotek doing another 2:15.6 for 0.615, so still the fastest man on track. 2:15 lap times during the night period is not that bad. And it's still gonna be so interesting how the strategies are playing out. So, 55 minutes left.
It is exhausting. That's all I can say. It's exhausting, but it's a lot of fun.
It's always a bit easier if those guys are keeping us entertained by doing good racing, clean racing, good overtakes. It always helps a little bit. Ben also into the pit lane. So the last one to do his pit stop, and yeah, I think now everyone has exactly one pit stop left in the top 8 positions. Ooh, also a very, very close situation for Shishimen, who almost spun out. Just kept the car on the track. It's still doing a 2:17, so great lap times by him. Shishiman was also one of those Citroen drivers from Suzuka, right?
I think.
I think
But
so, yes.
I know Comrade was one of them, top racer as well.
Yes,
Confi
Top
has
Racer
been
was,
racing.
So, let's see if there's still a close fight somewhere. Yeah, there's a close situation. Shishiman and Ben MK. Even though the Shishiman just Ben went out of the pit lane, but I think Ben will be closing this gap in the next 1 or 2 laps. At 1.3 seconds the gap, but Ben with much fresher tires, which still have to come up to temperature. It will take like half a lap around Spa. But the fuel and tire management on the Alfa Romeo is just fantastic.
Shishi knows what he's doing. Shishi's one of the experienced drivers that knows how to save fuel, how to manage tires, how to get the car
it's
in.
not the first time that we see it.
Shishi just knows how to do it.
The top 8 are still pretty spread out. Yeah. Venom K versus Shishi Man is by far the closest fight. Getting on board Ben's Porsche. We'll have a good look up ahead. I was just about to make a small lunch break, but then I thought, no, I'm gonna keep it for tomorrow.
You can go for a second if you want to, no worries.
I overthought it and I think,
go for it.
Ooh, close situation. Oh, the Porsche behind, so unstable through this bus stop chicane. So easy to spin out with this car.
Yeah.
But it's only around slow corners. Oh, there again.
Ben is pushing. He has to.
Yeah, but it's also a problem with the car. If you just lift off the brake after braking and turning into a corner, the rear just
snaps.
Control in fraction. And it's so difficult to get used to it. The only thing you can do is like braking and giving a little bit of throttle at the same time, or just remaining in a higher gear, like second gear. So, but it's so difficult to learn it. On the other hand, if you know what you're doing with this car, those kind of cars, you will get massive improvements in lap time. And I think it proved already with the Audis at the Nürburgring, for example, or yeah, even at Spa, where they also won a few races. Oh, Lenny McNasty into the pits. And Ben MK closing in only for 5/10 remaining. It's still remaining close. Oh, you're also on board, okay. And I'm getting outside. Wow, close call for Ben. Very, very close call.
Jesus, is there someone who's able to scratch my back because there's one freaking point I cannot reach and it just wants to be scratched so badly? Those are the type of commentary stereotypes in a freaking 24-hour race.
Oh, this was also a close moment. Getting on. I always get scared when those guys approach screen stuff.
AstroTurf.
Yes.
No, the thing is that Ben is maybe pushing too hard in
yeah, but he
some
needs
sections.
to keep the pressure on to get this position. Smart guy from Finland would say, just leave me alone, I know what I'm doing. 2/10 the gap, and I think there will be no doubt that he will try to get the overtake done now. But I think he lost a little bit of speed coming up the hill. I think he shifted up to 6th gear a bit too early. But still remaining close. Yeah, there will definitely be an overtaking attempt this lap.
Always when I see these flames coming out of the exhaust, it remembers me of that one car scene where these 4, let's say 3 bad boys on one innocent car just pulled up on the truck from Lightning McQueen and Mac, and you had these badass scene where the nitrous was coming out of the exhaust with the music, etc. That clip goes so freaking hard. I love it.
Cars is still a great movie.
It is. Not even
Except
the first
second
one. I like all.
I think
I like all
Martin
three.
Brundle, Formula One commentator and former driver, I think once said this is the most huge disappointment since Shrek 2. And I think we can say something different, similar with Cars 2 in my opinion.
When you compare Cars 1, the first thing that was such a freaking banger, you had cars going all around, all the vibes, getting set out into the complete nowhere near anything of the United States, going for a race where you wanted to win the Piston Cup, and then you meet legends, very nice friends in a small town of Radiator Springs, and after that you just visit freaking London, Tokyo, you just go together with James Bond or whatever. The plot twist on that is just, what the fuck?
And Shishiman doing a great job keeping 7th position. And Ben just not being able to overtake. Alfa Romeo also a car with a great top speed. So there's no other opportunity to wait for a mistake. So what's going up ahead? Everything seems normal. The next closest battle would be P0 Soft, who's 2.4 seconds behind Maddie McNasty, but Neddy has way fresher tires. Yeah, just came out of the pit lane. Dust one on 12th place, also not so far away from P0 Soft, 18 seconds only. Both on the same strategy. Yeah, but the most interesting part. Oh, can Stumik disconnect or left the room?
Motorfehlfunktion.
Was a spin by BenMK. Third team that retired from the stint.
That's not a good quote. Let's just hope that all the others will make it to the end. Maybe the PlayStation is overheating. That was a good exit from Ben out of the second right-hander into Blanchimont.
Yes.
But it's still not enough. Shishiman is pulling away on a straight.
Yeah, that car is so quick. Maybe Ben is already also saving fuel. We don't know. We don't see the fuel mapping. But it would make sense because both cars are approximately on the same strategy. Of course, Shishiman will have to do a way earlier pit stop than BenMK, so Ben will get ahead eventually.
Ben needs a good exit.
To get it done on track.
He needs a good exit.
Now there's an opportunity. Now maybe doing a switchback move, and I think it's not gonna be enough. He just lost a bit of traction there, coming out of the La Source corner. But now he's really close on the rear of
Get the sixth gear, get the sixth gear, get the sixth.
Should be strong enough to get past now.
He needs to shift up into the sixth gear early because he loses the whole speed in the high ref zones.
He just did it.
And now...
Not gonna be enough. Yes. Oh, very late braking, and he made it around the outside. Great move. I would say it's by far the best move of the stint.
I just wanted to say that...
stream, just play replay. Amazing stuff.
I just wanted to say that Shishiman pulls out of nowhere with the Alfa Romeo and just wants to stay ahead, and then Ben just launches the car on the outside after the camel straight, and finally, we have to say, finally manages to get past and
but it was a great attempt around the outside of this corner. It's so difficult to do so. Of course, with fresher tires you can do it, but there's no guarantee that it works.
Yeah, you have to late launch into the corner because otherwise there's no chance.
We have to mention that Shishiman does not lose this much time. He's still keeping within striking distance.
guess
now he's losing a bit of time out of the Piff Puff chicane.
I guess Shishi Man is the definition of driving consistent. No matter
Well, let's see
what
if
car he has
he's
got.
keeping on. Let's remember the Alfa Romeo, very strong in the straight line, very good around the last chicane. Porsche complete opposite. Oh, look how he's gaining. 1/10, 2/10, just on the back straight. 3/10, and he's already on the rear of the Porsche. So this is not over yet. Oh, and almost another spin by Ben. Ben is definitely on the limit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too aggressive through the bus stop chicane, because I think that with a Porsche you've got way more traction than overshooting the
I think
car
we are
into
seeing a
the
bit of
entry.
sunlight already.
Hmm?
Yes, the sun is slowly but surely starting to creep up.
Let me look outside. Le nu. No sun outside. But in game, this might be true.
Yes, I meant just in game, not
Okay,
in real life.
okay.
At 3 o'clock in the
Big,
morning, it's
big,
still winter.
big changes ahead. Bosworth had a penalty, served it into the direction of the Blanchiment, and Confi was way ahead. And now I'm looking back, Confi has got damage, lost 12 seconds in his last lap. Ay, caramba.
Oh, yes, interesting. Still keeping up, but Ben is now pulling away. 1.2 seconds. I think this battle is done for the moment, and of course, Shishiman will have to come into the pits a bit earlier than Ben will do, and therefore he will have to refuel a little bit more and lose therefore a bit more time.
We have to say that this matches perfectly into the cards of Eric's, because they already lead by nearly or less than 3 minutes, and now this huge mistake by Confi gives them the lead again, and they now can extend the lead again. Both will have to pit one more time, but Confi will stay in a little bit longer due to the mechanical things that have to be repaired. But Bosworth used more of his tires and fuel, so maybe there is a not such a big loss for
Confi will
Confi.
do, I think, 3 more laps, and then his fuel will run out, and eventually. What's going to be interesting is how much time Rotek is going to gain, because not only has Confi damage, but Rotek has same tire wear and approximately 10% more fuel, so he will definitely gain.
Oh, and Freezy bottled.
No, he didn't.
There's no damage, but he found himself in the...
Most important thing that is that there's no damage, but Maple is now just behind. Maple also with a small strategic advantage. No, Confuser's coming into the pits already. He's not doing the next 3 laps.
So he's going to stretch the 40 minutes on his soft tires, and I think that Confi is able to do so.
Yes, but it will be really difficult.
Masterplan.
The only thing he can hope for probably is a drastic weather change, where everyone will have the same problems. Or, as you mentioned, maybe he will be able to manage it for 39 minutes, but it's gonna be so difficult, so hard. But not impossible. And I think Maple will try to get the overtake done as well before the pit stop window opens again for Freezy. That cost Freezy dearly. The spin really wore his tires out. But pace-wise, both cars almost doing the same lap times. Mid-16s, fast 17 lap times. Not bad. Oh, great exit by both cars, and the track are now in the slipstream window of the AMG Mercedes. So, Confuser came out in 4th place, cleaned air up ahead, filled up the car. Let's see what he will be able to do. I think he will close into Misanthropics. Misanthropics also...
Let's see. Now the conditions that Confi has got, I know that he has been practicing these a lot. Not for these emergency situations that he has got now, but for tactical reasons. He has been practicing saving fuel, saving tires to maybe save himself 1 or 2 pit stops, and this is the perfect situation to show all the others that 40 minutes are possible on soft tires and 1 load of complete fuel.
Yeah. But that's also part of racing preparation, not only trying to improve your time on track, but also trying to improve your tire and fuel management. And I think many people just don't realize how important it still can be. And I think we now have the probable opportunity to have someone show how it's done. So let's see. I'm excited to see what's happening. It's gonna be really close to the end though. And I think that Bosworth will still have a tire wear advantage. But we don't know. Only 2 to 3 laps difference, so it must not be this important. Maple still 4/10 behind the AMG. The AMG also a very quick car in a straight line. Oh, very, very late braking by the Jaguar, but it was just done in time. And I think Freezy got a little bit scared there, but he managed to do a good exit out of the bus stop chicane. That was not such a good exit by the Jaguar, but Jaguar also a great car in the straight line. Oh, slight understeer coming through Rouge. TT Man into the pit lane, final pit stop for him as well. I have to say, Monster Ultra Gold is really tasty. But it tastes a bit like pineapple, you're right. Oh, Bosworth also into the pit. So the advantage might not be that great. What was the gap between Confuser and Bosworth before the spin? Or after the spin?
Well, Confi was 10 seconds ahead, roundabout, before he crashed. And all in all, Eric's had an advantage of less than 3 minutes. Give me a second, I will be back right shortly.
Yes. So the most interesting battle is still Maple against Freezy, Carter Wittlich Esports against DLL. Meanwhile, Confuser back in 4th place as Misanthropics is now ahead of Bosworth, who already made his pit stop. Oh, very, very close now the gap. Only 3/10 remaining between Maple and Freezy, and I think there's gonna be an attempt for an overtake now after exiting Radio. Excessive speed now for the Jaguar F-Type. Which side is now the AMG trying to defend? Yes, he's trying to defend, closing in the inside, so the only opportunity is to overtake around the outside. Not impossible, we saw it 5 laps ago. Oh, Slime is braking. Is Maple getting the overtake done? Yes, now the inside for the Malvady corner. And again, the side opens up for the AMG, and he's not happy about it, flashing his lights up ahead, trying to get an overtake done, punching the car into the inside of Bruxelles corner. But there's no place as Maple closes the gap and gets 5th position done. And we shall not forget, both cars still have to do another pit stop. And Maple will pull ahead after the pit stop, as he has, like, yeah, that's not such a huge difference, 5 to 10% more fuel, but he will stay ahead if they will do a pit stop at the same time, probably. So, Rota coming into the pit lane, his final pit stop probably, 32 minutes remaining. I think when he exits there will be 31 minutes and 30 seconds. So Bosworth will now stay ahead, and Confuser also only 1 second behind, so it will be really, really close. So Maple already pulled away by 1 second. Let's see what's happening there. Misanthropix also just behind, but he will have to do another pit stop. Pit exits still clear. Rotek remains in the pit lane, but is exiting right now with, let's see how many fuel he's got in his car. Still showing 12%, it should be a bit more. Ah, there he is. 90% of fuel, soft tires, so this will also be his final run. And Confuser still only half a second behind first place, and I remember it's still a battle for the lead. Both of them will not have to do another pit stop, but Confuser, of course, because he got damage a few laps ago, has lost a bit of time in the pit lane, and therefore gonna be a huge amount of work for him to not only get first position but also to defend it, as his tires will definitely be more worn out at the end of the stint. And Misanthropix also doing a great job keeping up behind, but he will have to say goodbye to this fight after maybe at the end of this lap. He could try to do one more lap probably, but it's gonna be difficult to do another one thereafter. Also going to keep an eye on the sky as there are a few clouds. Again, remember we do not have the information of the weather forecast. Now exiting Rochamont, the sky looks a bit clearer again. So it does not seem as it will be raining in the next couple of minutes. Misanthropix deciding to come into the pits at the last moment. But still on time, everything went well. So stay with Rotek a bit in 4th place. Now, passing Misanthropix for 3rd place. Misanthropix, as mentioned, will have to come into the pit lane, and meanwhile the fight for P1 is also still really, really close. Confuser still 6 tenths behind. And as we mentioned at the start of the stint, the Mazda not with the best top speed. This is by far definitely now the most interesting fight on track, but Bosworth is pulling away slightly, but pace-wise, Confuser always managed to get a couple of more tenths out of his car, so I think if he will manage to get past, we will have a really close battle until the end of the stint. I think they both will not be separated by much more than 3 or 4 seconds. So what's going on behind? Just keep an eye on what happens seconds as one the track with Anthropics exiting now the pit lane in 6th place. Behind to Freezy should be huge enough. Freezy now coming through the Lasso's corner. Gap to Ben is a little bit large, but Ben will have to do another pit stop, so Misanthropics eventually will move up to 5th place and will have a 32-second gap to Hardhunted wirklich Esports. Maple as Confuser is now on the rear bumper of the Mazda RX Vision GT of the RX team and will try to get the overtake done maybe before or will entering the Mazda chicane. No, thinks better of it, lifts off the car, saves a little bit of fuel, saves a little bit of tires, well aware that this material has to be on point for the next 27 remaining minutes, and just keep a look ahead. Confuser doing a 2:16.0 while managing tires and fuel. Just amazing. RX desperately trying to break the slipstream, but it's just not possible because there's just one line that you can drive coming through Rouge Radio, and I don't think that Confuser has any interest in losing track of him. But the Mazda doing a great job of keeping the lead. Voltec meanwhile 13 seconds behind. If those guys ahead will start fighting, we should not forget that Voltec is also just 13 seconds behind, which very quickly can become maybe 2 seconds, which also can be interesting for the next stint. Because remember, all the gaps are added, and those gaps that we see here are not the overall result gaps. Let's see if Flipsy later on returns. He will probably inform you how the gaps will be distinguished. Just talking about you. I was just thinking about how the gaps will look after the stint, as it is a really close battle. Closest one is definitely the one for Q1. Confuser is now 3 or 4 gaps behind RX.
How will the gaps look? I think that RX and RRC1 are going to stay in the same gap they had before entering the race. Maybe Confi will be able to overtake Bosworth. Rotec made up some good places, good spots, and recovered all the time they lost in the last stints.
Yes.
If GR is recovering also pretty good, they will get ahead of a little bit. DLL is going to lose nearly 1 minute to KWE. Because they have an advantage from about 1 minute, even 1 minute 10 seconds ahead to Freezy. The second KWE team will also recover from the last stint, currently in P6. Maple driving a very solid stint for them.
Yes,
the RX team with the Porsche, they are going to lose a lot. Not only after the stint they had with Sikkim, where the end was a little bit unlucky, but they will lose a little bit. I think the Alfa Romeo team from RRC is going to gain a little bit. I think that the Corvette is going to lose a little bit after what ZenQ produced, but I think that they still gained compared to the first stint they had. I also think that P0 also gains a little bit of time for their team, the third DLL team, and I think that GTF is trying its best to recover what happened at the start, but they also had a disconnect, so I think that no much changes there, but I think that Dust Velo gets the best out of the car that he's able to deliver. So, yeah, and all the other teams that had to retire in the stint, is it to the second DLL team with the Mazda, is it the Ford GT that completely vanished at the beginning of the race, or the stint, and Let me think which car is missing as well. And the Ford GT from RRC. Those are the 3 cars that are missing. And they unfortunately had to retire.
Yes.
But
I just want to mention that the gap from P1 to P8 is right now smaller than the gap that we had between P1 and P2 in the last stint.
Yeah. But if you see the fastest lap comparing Rotec and Crawhawk, there is it's exactly 1 second and 400ths of a second that Crawhawk managed to be faster, and Crawhawk was completely broken. He said
lost a bit of time to Arix, but I think he will try to attack later on again. As Confi always remained in front. Rotec now doing again brilliant lap times, 2:15.6, 2:15.3.
By the way, for all the viewers and maybe even drivers for the next stint, the lobby for Stint 5 is already open. We are trying to stay within the time zones the best we can. So we are going to start with a little bit of a delay, but we will try and start in time.
If everything goes well, you could start at 1/4 past.
Yeah.
Not entirely impossible. Let's see how it goes. Arix is now pulling slightly away. We have 2 seconds to Confuser. And Neddy McNasty exiting the pit lane for the last time on the stint. And therefore we now entered the final 20 minutes. And we are now approaching our number 12 in the race already. So virtually it would now be, we already passed the half mark like 1 hour and 10 minutes ago, because we have to consider the breaks between the stints as well. How many breaks did we have? I think before the stint 1.5 hours, so we will be respectively now
2 hours.
in the race for 13 hours and 10 minutes, correct? Yes.
Yeah. No, wait.
We had 3 breaks, each one was half an hour long, approximately.
Yeah.
Of course, we have to consider the delay as well.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It will be approximately 13 hours 30, 13 hours 40, something like this.
Yeah,
So
it
there's still
makes sense.
such a long race up ahead. And Dustweller also exiting the pit lane one final time. Oh, there's been a spin. Was it Ben? Yes, I think Ben spun out.
Seems like, because he's
kept the car under control, more or less, but lost like 4 or 5 seconds.
I've got one question for you.
Yes.
Did you know that most of the RX guys are driving with the controller and they're using motion steering?
I know a couple of people who do something like this, and it worked out pretty well. But I think it's just a little bit more authentic using a steering wheel. But of course, if it's faster, why not?
I think that the fact that they're driving with controller and using motion control, so they are steering with the controller left and right, is just so freaking crazy.
But it's on PS5 now.
I think on the PlayStation 4 it works also.
PlayStation 4 would be even more impressive, but because I know that the PS5 controller is a little bit advanced compared to the PS4 one.
A little bit.
Yes, just a little bit. Not trying to exaggerate.
Little bit.
And Shishiman closed the gap a little bit. Only 4.6 seconds remaining. Of course, due to a mistake that the Porsche driver did.
Oh,
MK
Jesus.
or second RX team.
I'm hungry and thirsty at the same time. But I haven't got any appetite on anything.
I think Maple is going to approach Freezy before the end of the stint. Freezy with a little bit more tire wear. 3.5 seconds a gap, it's coming down really slow. And there's a slight top speed advantage for the AMG, but it's not that much.
To be honest, as long as he stays ahead of the Jaguar, I am pretty happy.
Yes, Shishiman is getting closer indeed. Oh, this final corner is still just so difficult for the Porsche.
Just the back rear end snaps around so often. But the thing is that I think that Ben is...
I was not mistaken, as Maple gained half a second in the last lap on Freezy. Oh, and now doing brilliant lap times, 2:15.4, his best lap time in the entire stint. And yeah, that one after 2 hours and 45 minutes, that's impressive. And Freezy also doing great lap times, 2:16.1. That's really strong, with slightly worn tires.
Driving instructor feeling the pressure. And I'm not kidding. Freezy is a newly fresh driving instructor. So he teaches others to how to drive. And it's
in real life for normal cars or specified for race cars?
for normal cars.
Ah, okay. So we should know what pressure means or what stress means. We have to show people how to drive. Yeah, I remember, because I have my license now for 9 years more or less. So it's a bit of time gone. But the most important thing I learned is the Mercedes GLA is the most stupid car ever built on this planet.
Yeah. I think we can all agree on this.
It was my driving instructor's car, and my mom was driving a Mini at this time, and I had much more headspace in this car than in the AMG. And it was kind of an SUV. Last lap time, bit better by Freezy. Gap still at 3 seconds, as it was before. Oh, it's gonna be so close. 15 minutes left, that means 7 laps. Maybe 6, I would say 7. Definitely gonna be 7 laps for the lead pack. As the gap remains now stable between Arix and Confuser, but Rotek is closing in, only 9.4 seconds left, and he's doing consistent 15 lap times. I think he's just gonna approach both cars at the end of the stint, but with much better tire wear than Confuser. Of course, because Confuser has had to do a very early pit stop for the final push to the line.
Yeah.
But the gap is definitely coming down. Fuel-wise, both are okay, but the tire wear will definitely be a factor in the next 10-15 minutes. But it's very unfortunate that we didn't get any rain on this stint. I really was hoping for rain just for entertainment. Because this
Understandable.
has nothing to do with the fact that there are probably a few people who are not as good in the rain, but it's just a great factor, and I think the spectators would also enjoy it. Also, praise to the... We still have 18 spectators. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning. Just amazing.
That's support at its best.
Yes. Rotek 8.7 behind Confuser, and the gap between Maple and Freezy is coming down 1.6 seconds only. And I'm pretty sure that Freezy will defend to the end of the stint, definitely. Or do you think he's gonna let him pass? I don't think so.
I think Freezy's gonna battle it on track, to be honest. Because there's
Of course.
10 minutes left, and Freezy does not want to give that position to Maple. Even though it doesn't matter if he lets him pass or not, because they are not battling each other on time.
Yeah, that's the spirit. And there was a slight mistake by Maple. He came a little bit too close to the inside curve. But gained the time on the exit again. Yeah, there will definitely be an attack on the stint.
The thing is, that's very, very weird in my opinion from Puhon, that the tighter the line you choose to go through this corner, not driving in the way that you just stick to the inside like glue, you just try to miss the curve on the exit. I don't know, but it's my personal opinion, my feeling that it's faster that you leave the curb and Puhon away.
Yeah, it's such a difficult corner. I always had my problems with this corner. Especially in the LMP1 cars. Where you almost can drive this corner flat out.
Exactly.
And I think Maple is now within the slipstream window. Getting on board the Jaguar. Okay, both of them now coming through Orange Radio, but I think Maple is a little bit too close to get an overtake done. Now full throttle coming through Radio, Camel straight, Breezy defending, closing the right hand side. Both of them now side by side coming onto the Lecombe chicane. Will there be a late braking defense by the Mercedes? Yes, trying to defend, but the outside opens. It's a similar situation as we had it before in the last stint, but Freezy doing a way better job now than it was before, where he was a little bit unlucky, but he kept his position and still remains in 5th place. So for now, nothing changed. Freezy remains in position and maybe in 6th.
That's maybe the little advantage that Freezy could use. It's the straight line speed. Because out of the slipstream that Maple had, he didn't get the clear attack to pull away.
And also interesting is both of them will now get blue flags for the GTR. Oh,
But
GTR making a little bit too much space there.
that was very tolerant.
So, 8 minutes left, and there are I'm not mistaken, 4 laps left for at least those guys.
Round
We have
about
now
4
on
laps.
screen. Ooh, coming through Rally. Did I say Rally or Blanchimont? I meant, sorry. Going through Blanchimont.
Left corner.
Stop
Left corner,
chicane
okay.
now, trying to get the switchback done. No. Great job by Freezy. Showing no pressure whatsoever, just doing what he's doing.
Completely focuses on the exit out of the corner and manages to get the better exit. But now Maple has the opportunity because he's got the slipstream through Eau Rouge, through Radillon, and for the whole Camel Straight. And this might open up the opportunity for Maple to get past, but that was a way too early shift into the 6th gear, which I think lets Freezy again keep the inside line. He has the nose ahead of him. Maple tries to go on the outside, but Freezy stays ahead. And Maple... he is testing, he is feeling, and over pushes the car a little bit. Leaves the track, stays on the AstroTurf and comes back without any penalty. And Freezy gets the maximum out of the car.
I think if he wants to overtake, he has to do it somewhere where Freezy isn't expecting it, because he's doing a great job of defending after Rouge Radio. Maybe some place like the section where they're now passing through fifth half on Campus Corner, something like this.
I've got an idea. Just leave the chicane out in a bus stop, just go through the grass.
You just take the chicane and take it to another place.
There's a chicane? I don't see chicane. This straight. I go finish.
Just like in Spot, we take Bikini Bottom and take it to another place.
We just take it and put it somewhere else. SpongeBob is such a legendary series. I loved it until they started to do it in a new way. New voices.
Late braking attempt by the Jaguar, but yeah, no possibility to pass there, and I think he lost more time than he gained. But
Yeah.
again, great exit of the bus stop chicane. Tires now starting to fade away, but I think Freezy will be good to the end of the race. Confi also, we just want to mention him, doing a great job, and also closing the gap again to Bosworth. So the story there has not just been completed, it's gonna remain interesting, as the gap, which has been 4 seconds one, has come down to 2.7 seconds and is keeping to coming down still. Otak also has stopped to close in the gap to Confuser, so Confi doing an amazing job. And just as I mentioned it, he missed his braking point coming into the bus stop chicane, but just lost like half a second, that's it. So still everything possible.
Freezy's still ahead. 3 laps to go. And his front tires are gone. So this is going to be very, very close until the end. And there is the bad exit out of the corner into Pujon, but he keeps the inside line and closes the door before he even sees the chance. We call this major movement. He majored. I think Maple just has to play the calm card and just stay focused and just wait for the tires to die. He just has to play the time game with Freezy. Because at one end, even if the tires, or even if he manages to stay ahead out of the corner exits, they will lose grip sooner or later. Why does Google open itself up? I don't want to talk to you.
Questions over questions.
Get away. Because I think
The
that
AMG is just so much traction coming out of slow corners.
is Maple going for it into La Source.
Yeah, trying around the outside normally does not work.
He now goes for the
Oh, and he
switchback.
almost spun out and he lost a big amount. No, he also already he gained time. So Freezy must have made also a mistake.
I think that Freezy took
But I think he's too
the...
close. Yeah, he's too close. No possibility to overtake.
Otherwise
And
he's...
Freezy will close again the gap on the inside.
He's,
Look at the top speed of both cars.
he's not gaining any time whatsoever. And Freezy... Is he able to stay ahead?
No.
Both cars are next to each other.
Still
Now
close,
he's got the
still
inside
up ahead,
line.
having the inside for the next corner.
That is some very clean and fair racing.
Oh, great racing between those two cars. And still Freezy in 5th place. Amazing job.
Freezy's tires are going to die in the next lap.
Yes. But that's okay because it will be the final one for him. So it will be perfectly managed. And as long as he can keep it clean and the car up ahead before approaching the first chicane, he should be good. As
But-
Maple didn't even have the possibility to overtake thereafter as the AMG just pulls away in the mid-sector.
But honestly, this just shows the exact way of racing. When you're behind someone and try to get to someone and chase him down, that's the first part of overtaking. But to get ahead of him and to overtake him in the end, that's the other part. And that's where Maple just bites his teeth out on the steering wheel. Freezy hasn't got any much grip on the front tires. They are going to die in the next lap. And Maple just has to play the time game. And when he makes it smart, he just leaves him taking
Okay,
the...
Arthix is in his final lap, 30 seconds remaining. Arthix now coming out of Piff Puff.
Yeah. Just let me stay on here because Maple made able to overtake Freezy for now because he braked way too late into the bus stop chicane and went way too deep. And Maple is now ahead, but he hits the AstroTurf out of turn 1. Freezy now already chasing him down. Now he has to watch out for the penalty that he might get coming out of Rallion into a Rouge. Keeps it clean, stays at the back. And now with maybe the slipstream, he may pass him again. You just have to see. Ben MK goes over the finish line as the first car. Shishi Man is the next car that crosses the finish line. Bosworth wins the stint. Confi User is in second. Rotec will finish third. And Maple stays ahead. Freezy's tires are gone. Rotec in third. Misanthropics will finish fourth at this end of the stint. Netty McNasty in ninth has a little bit of a duel against Dust Vader. Zero Soft now going into the double right-hander before Blanchimont. He also has got damage and no tires at all left. Misanthropics will finish ahead of him. Not only on track, but only via lap times. Maybe that's very interesting to know before the lobby ends. Bosworth first. Confi User gap for you 2.713 seconds. Roadtech gap to leader 10 seconds 0.842. Misanthropics gap for you to leader 1 minute and 9 seconds. Maple I will tell you in a second. Ben MK 2 minutes 10. Shishiman 2 minutes 11. All the laps have all 77 laps. Netty McNasty 76 laps 4 minutes 12. P0 Soft 76 laps 5 minutes and 53 seconds. Dust Valo 57 laps and it seems like 6 minutes 34. and Maple 78 laps. Oh, wait, they crossed the line to start lap 78. They finished with lap 77.
Okay, I have all the
Interesting.
gaps.
Great. Hello Kitty wins. Very nice racing costume you've got there, Bosworth. That is pure masculine. Damn.
Oh, great racing suit.
Nice ass. Yeah. Let me save the replay. And can you send me the gaps?
Yes,
Please?
I'm just about to do it.
Alter.
I saved everything, also the time to P1.
Yeah.
And the total racing time of P1 as well.
I'm quite happy about that, but Javi closed the lobby immediately and just made it able to save the replay.
Yes.
Oh
Was a bit
man.
over-optimistic.
Okay. And now please enter the gaps. So I can work it on a document.
So the total time of P1 is just signed up below.
Oh, they are already working. Oh, that's great.
I hope you can read everything, but it should be okay.
Erdinger Weißbrauerei.
Yes.
Such a legend.
Yeah, it was the best piece of paper I could find nearby.
Such a legend.
Oh, the race times are getting entered really quick, and it seems to be everything correct. Oh, Arix entering 1 second more of a gap than he should have done, but it's all good. Oh, Feel Good Racing, I think, made a slight mistake. Yes.
No worries about that. Okay, guys. Stream is not over. We will start anytime now. Just let us do the background work and see you in a second.